Good morning, colleagues. Welcome. Welcome to our Tuesday sessions. So I hope that you all had a restful evening. In the case of those joining us from Europe, a restful day, and are ready for another productive day. Yesterday was indeed exceptionally productive. We received a comprehensive update from the Climate Technology Centre and Network Secretariat on activities over the last year. We had a very lively discussion on the network engagement strategy and heard updates on CDCN capacity building programs, not least, of course, the Youth Climate Innovation Program. Today, we continue with several important updates, which include engagement with national designated entities, including logistical support and the ongoing biannual survey. We will also hear from Ernst & Young on the initial developments of the third independent review of the CDCN commissioned by the UNFCCC Secretariat, receive an update on the technical assistance portfolio with a spotlight on implementation by implementing partners, discuss collaborative research, demonstration and development, and conclude with an update on the CDCN's work on gender. So allow me to draw your attention then to agenda item 18.1 concerning the update on our engagement with NDEs through the regional fora. As a reminder, and in line with Decision 18 of COP27, paragraph 6, the CDCN was invited to strengthen systematic engagement with NDEs, particularly through these regional fora. On Friday, the joint session, the Secretariat already shared an update on the joint efforts with the TEC in the preparation of these fora. This morning, I would like to invite Robinson from the Secretariat to provide additional information, as well as Ho Yong, I understand. So, Robinson, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I said good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. We're glad to have the response. So, like the Chair directed, we are going to do this together with Ho Yong. We promise not to belabor this too much because we shared part of the information from this presentation last week. So this is the report on the Regional National Designated Entities Fora. And yeah, here we go. Yeah, we highlighted last time that we have had 2 regional fora and 1 virtual session. We have 4 planned so far, and the plan, the statistics on the numbers for participation are presented on the table in the upper right. And then what we are going to do in this particular session is to provide an overview of the SEEDS fora, the Eastern Europe fora, and the Africa fora, and then we'll give you the outline for the next planned fora. Over to you.
Good morning, chairs and board members. This is Ho Yong from the Secretariat. I will present the Eastern Europe ND engagement session and the Global SEEDS Forum. This session aimed to familiarize NDEs with CTCN and TEC mandates, services, and procedures, while also showcasing regional TA case studies. It also provided a platform for countries to exchange views on needs and opportunities, and to identify next steps for high-quality TA requests. 5 out of 9 countries participated, and key priorities identified included early warning systems and water resource management. Importantly, the session contributed to increased familiarity with CTCN, resulting in one TA request already submitted and another under preparation. So this demonstrates the effectiveness of CTCN service targeted engagement in generating concrete follow-up actions. The Global Seeds Forum focused on strengthening capacity and collaboration among seeds. It included updates on CTCN services, sharing of best practices, and discussions on aligning TA support with NDCs and TNA processes. It also aimed to enhance networking and capacity for accessing innovative climate technologies. As already presented during the joint session on Friday, the forum covered updates on the technology mechanism, CTCN programs, and financial mechanisms such as GCF and the Adaptation Fund. It also included on CRD&D, discussions on CRD&D, system transformation areas, and cross-cutting issues such as gender, youth, and indigenous people. I will not go into detail here as this has been covered previously. Key outcomes included increased knowledge of CTCN programs and stronger peer-to-peer interaction among countries. NDs expressed strong interest in multi-country TA programs, particularly in areas such as ocean-based and energy technologies. There was also demand for further capacity building on emerging topics such as artificial intelligence and youth engagement. Lessons learned highlight the importance of engaging network members in thematic discussions and facilitating peer learning among seeds. At the same time, challenges remain, particularly in integrating technologies into larger funding programs and in accessing information on adaptation technologies and M&E framework. These insights are important for refining future support of CTCN. This is the last slide. The forum also achieved good visibility with multiple media mentions and social media engagement. This contributes to increasing awareness of CTCN activities and strengthening outreach. Thank you for listening. I want to hand over to my colleague, Robinson.
Thank you very much, Wee-Young. So we proceed with the Africa ND Forum. The dates are as indicated. The highlights of the objectives are, like we mentioned earlier, the updates on the the TA progress, the developments with the CTCN work, basically to enhance intra-regional sharing of experiences, the linkage to the development plans as we know them, the NDCs, TNAs, the TAPs. We did talk about the network fair and the effect it has on the engagement of the NDs and the network members. The funding linkages that we explore during these interactions, and also the targeted capacity building sessions on national systems of innovation. Again, we highlight during the Africa ND Forum the high level in engagement of the government of Tunisia, the representation of the Minister for Environment, and also the governor of Sousse, the region for which we did this in Hammamet. The scope is as highlighted in the text, the updates from TEC, UNFCCC, the system transformation areas as we know them, the cross-cutting issues around gender, youth, and indigenous peoples, and also the CTCN procedures around logistical support, quality requests, and high impact TAs and post-implementation. So what are the key takeaways? As we mentioned earlier, we hosted this Africa NDE Forum, was hosted in Tunisia, and we did note the well organization of the forum from the government of Tunisia as a host, the high level representation of government, and also the site visit basically to explore what some of the countries are doing on the continent in terms of the technologies that can help in climate tech advancement. Enhanced exchanges, mainly to try and improve interaction and peer learning amongst NDEs and network members. Again, we cannot belabor the importance of the first ever network fair. And then the feedback from the NDEs basically on capacity building, NSI, the CTCN procedures, and the updates on the ongoing process for determining a new host for CTCN and insights of what makes a successful national systems of innovation. We did note a few lessons in terms of the network fair and the interactions with NDEs, which really enhance the creativity around the design of future TAs. The voluntary hosting by the government is, I think, something that everyone took note of. The evidence of the logistical support. I think we did discuss logistical support previously. We had presentation by Somalia, I think first ever, around logistical support. And the feedback is that Somalia is preparing to put in some requests following the advancement of the logistical support. Then the capacity building, the design and of the agenda, the involvement of the NDEs to present among peers and also get to participate in the running of the agenda, that was key. So the challenges around the TA projects to continue finding ways of incorporating pilot projects. The travel logistics, of course, as expected with the Middle East issues. And then the hosting by countries, I think this requires some early start preparations. And then, of course, also the reflections around the long periods of applications for larger funding opportunities. By large, I mean like larger than CTCN TAs. This is generally the media coverage. We had extensive media coverage both from English, French, and Arabic stations. We had, I think, primetime news coverage on, I think, in French and Arabic on national TV. And so that was well received in Tunisia. The site visits, we did visit one of the institutions in Tunis, that is the Tunis International Center for Environmental Technologies. It's a local network member. They specialize in offering training and capacity building. One of their key strengths is around water quality analysis and tests on building materials. And it's a government institution whose research is providing support on decision making. The network fair, we have mentioned yesterday about 6 organizations that participated. Is a mix of network members plus Tunisian institutions, 1 member from Belgium, and then expertise covered around photovoltaics, environmental sustainable development, genetic resource conservation from an institution in Tunisia, environmental protection and sanitation and water resource management. Highlights of the planned fora, we have the upcoming fora for Latin America and the Caribbean in May. The dates are over there. The projected participation is as highlighted. The Asia NDE Forum also coming up. The details will be firmed up as we get towards July. And then the Pacific Seeds NDE Fora also The venue and the details will be firmed up later. Same with the Eastern Europe NDE Forum on or around October this year. So as we bring this down to the overall key takeaways, we continue to see the importance of creating an interactive session with the NDEs. And just to reflect on one of the questions presented last week, I think what do we learn out of this is also that the bilaterals that come out of these bilateral interactions that come out of these meetings help us to frame the TAs and follow up with the NDEs in subsequent conversations. So this is really key in terms of engaging NDEs and making sure that we get quality requests that are coming towards CTCN. Participation of the African group of negotiators also key, and also the thinking around scaling up opportunities. I think the director did explain this quite well in her presentation. The network fair, again, we cannot belabor this. The co-facilitation, we intend to continue doing this, engaging NDEs to co-facilitate these meetings. And also we appreciate the participation from the advisory board members. Thank you very much, and we're happy to hand it over back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Robinson and Ho-Young, for those updates. So, colleagues, the floor is open for reflections, and we certainly also invite members who participated in one or more of the fora to share your reflections, but in any case, the floor is open. Georgia, please.
So I was late, but I was right on time because Ho-Young was talking about Eastern European session. And yeah, so first of all, thanks to Secretariat for your responsiveness, because last year it was for the first time that we organized a kind of forum, but online, for Eastern European NDEs. And as you can see, as a result, you have already received one TA request and one is in process. So I think it's a very good result. Both of the countries are gonna. One of them is the first time applier, to say so, and as far as I know, the other one too. And I'm also very happy to see that this year we are going to have face-to-face, physical, on-site Eastern European NDE Forum, and so I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, I understand, yes, Canada, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. We heard about the network fairs a little bit the other day as well, and they sound really, really great, as my colleagues from Sweden emphasized yesterday too, that it's such a positive step forward. I'm wondering, just wondering if the plan is to do a network fair for each of the regional NDE forums this coming year, and if not, are there challenges in certain regions for hosting network fairs that might prevent that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. Before turning the floor to the Secretariat, I want to ask if the observers have any interventions, and also if our colleagues could check for online interventions. So seeing no further requests for the floor, let me turn it back to the Secretariat. Oh, I see. Ms. Grace, please, Indigenous constituency.
Thank you very much for the very impressive presentation and also the achievements of this forum, NDE forums. I had been contemplating on the possibility. I know that the NDE forums are really learning opportunities for the NDEs. At the same time, I know that you have been including advisory board members in these meetings, but I missed the point wherein the constituencies are also invited in these meetings for a more interactive sharing also of experiences and learning from this forum. I'm just reflecting from the GCF, wherein we had a GCF consultation with indigenous peoples, which was held in the first week of April. And it was a very good opportunity for indigenous peoples, the NDAs, as well as the accredited entities to have a very interactive sharing, as well as on some proposals on how we should be moving forward on having indigenous peoples-led initiatives that will be funded by the GCF in coordination with the NDAs and accredited entities. So I was thinking if these NDE forums can also be one opportunity where we will be having some more fruitful exchanges with our NDAs. As Indigenous Peoples Network, our focus for now in relation to CTCN is really working with or engaging with our NDEs on how indigenous people should be collaborating with the NDEs and how we should have some synergy on how CTCN initiatives should be integrated into the discussions of the NDCs and NAPs. We had been engaging as well in relation to the revisions revisions of the NDCs and NAPs, and we are making sure that some of these initiatives on technologies and innovation should be further integrated in these processes. So in short, I'm just requesting if the observers, specifically maybe the advisory board members in the regions, can also be supported and included in these NDE forums for the future forums that will be held. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the IPO constituency. So let us then turn to the Secretariat. We have an online request for the floor. So please take the floor, our colleague online.
Thank you. Young Bo just wanted to back Grace's point and thinks that it would be nice if observer constituency AB members, especially the Indigenous Peoples Organization, could be included.
Thank you very much. So with that, let us turn to the Secretariat for responses, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we do appreciate Georgia's feedback, and thank you very much. I think it wasn't a question, but feedback. Thank you very much. The question from Canada, the network fairs. So far, the plan is to amend the planning of these network fairs alongside the NDE fora and try to make sure that the organization doesn't run as a separate entity, but it's a constituent part of the NDE fora. That way the logistics are easier to manage, and then you also take advantage of the participation in the fora of the different groups, so that you are able also to manage costs and time logistics around the same time. Thank you to Japan. I think I will hand over to the director to make a comment regarding Grace's request. Thank you.
Good morning, AB members and observers and the meeting participants, and thank you, Grace, for the input from the IPO group. Yes, we can think of ways of accommodating this request. It is indeed like we try to, depending on the agenda of the NDE forum, there are opportunities as well as capacity building, as mentioned by Robinson. For efficiency, we now use the NDE forum or organize NDE forum back to back with the capacity building as well. So then we can try to accommodate your inputs on this. We also need to think also in the future, as per mandated by COP30, BLEM's the Technology Implementation Program, a regional dialogue is another avenue where we expect that with board's guidance, the broader participations of different constituencies actually can be accommodated there. So maybe we can have like a bilateral discussions of how these things can be taken forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Secretariat for those responses. And just to very briefly add, as someone who attended both the Asian Forum and the SIDS Forum, that these were both very dynamic, very interactive discussions, which were very much aimed on facilitating new TAs, but also other new initiatives and collaborations. I think with great participation, both from NDEs, but network members. So I think the whole team that participated in the Secretariat deserves our thanks. And I think also, just to note, in the connection with the SIDS Forum in Brisbane, Australia, the program began with an address from the Indigenous traditional owners of the land in Brisbane, which I think was a very important intervention, which set the tone for that discussion. But of course, we can do a lot more, also in a practical sense, in including Indigenous peoples, indeed. So thank you again for your inputs, colleagues, and the Secretariat will certainly take them into account as it continues to strengthen systematic engagement with NDEs. So we turn now to our next sub-item 2, the proposal for the operating manual for NDEs to update it. This agenda item stems from the fact that NDEs were established way back in COP13. Decision 4, CP13, invited parties to nominate an NDE to serve as the national focal point for matters relating to technology development and transfer. NDEs facilitate engagement with the technology mechanism and support national coordination on technology matters. At its third meeting, the advisory board agreed on roles and in respect of both Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 NDEs, as well as the operating manual, which has guided engagement with NDEs. More recently, at the 25th AB meeting, the board addressed revised roles for Annex 1 NDEs, with members highlighting the desirability to revisit and update broader guidance, including both Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 NDEs. So in response and in line with the 2026 Annual Operating Plan, the Secretariat has undertaken a review of the NDE operating manual to reflect updated guidance, operational experience, and evolving needs. At this meeting, the Secretariat will present the proposed updates to the manual for the AB's consideration. So let me again turn the floor to Ho-Yong to lead us through it. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you are enjoying this trip in Korea. So under agenda item 18.2, I will present the proposal for the updating operational manual for non-Annex 1 national designated entities. I'll briefly cover why the updates was needed and what has changed, and how the revised manual strengthened the role of the non-Annex 1 NDEs across the full climate technology support cycle. I will start with the background and the AB request to update the manual. The current NDE manual was developed in 2015 and increasingly no longer reflects the way we operate today. In September 2025, following adoption of the 2026 Annual Operating Plan, the advisory board requested the Secretariat to review and update the manual. This updated manual responds to 3 drivers: evolving guidance from the advisory board, relevant COP and CMA decisions, and lessons learned and best practices emerging from CTCN operations. So this is a practical operational update aimed at ensuring the manual reflects current CTCN procedures and clarifies how non-Annex 1 NDEs are expected to engage beyond just request submission. Next, what the updated manual is intended to achieve. The updated manual provides both strategic and operational guidance in 4 areas: the scope of CTCN services, the request submission and management process, the role of NDEs from non-Annex 1 parties as national points of contact, how NDEs can facilitate and support scaling up climate technology transfer. The update aims to do 3 main things: clarify roles of non-Annex 1 NDEs across the full TA lifecycle, strengthen guidance on implementation, follow-up, and scale-up. Lastly, improve transparency and usability of the request process. I will now summarize what is new compared to the previous manual. In short, the updated manual reflects that non-Annex 1 NDEs are not only submitters of requests. It strengthens the operational framing of NDEs as actors who coordinate nationally, validate and support ownership of key outputs, and help advance follow-up action after TA, where implementation and scale-up can happen. So the manual shifts emphasis from how to submit a TA request to how to engage effectively across the full cycle before, during, and after TA. This is anchored in a clear description of the CTC and service areas and the ND entry point. The manual presents CTCN support across 5 service areas: technical assistance, capacity building, information and knowledge sharing, networking and collaboration, and logistical support. For non-Annex 1 parties, the NDE remains the primary entry point for requesting CTCN support. The manual also distinguishes between the broader contribution of all NDEs and the specific operational role of non-Annex 1 NDEs. For non-Annex 1 NDEs, the manual emphasizes 6 practical roles: acting as the national CTCN focal point, managing the national submission process of the requests, convening and coordinating national stakeholders, supporting implementation through validation of outputs and strengthening country ownership, promoting knowledge sharing and networking. Lastly, supporting post-TA follow-up, including implementation and scale-up opportunities. The next slide shows how these roles play out across the TA cycle. This slide summarizes the ND's role before, during, and after TA. Before TA, NDs are expected to identify needs and priorities, lead stakeholder consultation, ensure alignment with national strategies and plans, and engage relevant focal points and finance actors where appropriate. During TA, NDs support effective delivery by coordinating stakeholders, facilitating access to national data and institutions, reviewing and validating key deliverables, and reinforcing country ownership of outputs. After TA, the manual strengthens expectations on follow-up coordination, translating outputs into implementation pathways, engaging finance actors and development partners, and promoting replication and scale-up where feasible. The main message is that ND engagement is continuous, not limited to the submission step. Next, the manual clarifies the end-to-end request process so roles and steps are transparent. The updated manual explains the request process across 6 phases: request development and submission, screening and prioritization, response plan development and ND endorsement, partner selection and contracting, implementation and closure, and post-project follow-up and impact tracking. Why this matters for non-Annex 1 NDEs? It clarifies how requests move from submission to implementation. It improves transparency on the roles of the NDE, CTCN, Secretariat, and implementing partner. It helps manage expectations regarding timelines and process steps. It reinforces the ND engagement continues beyond submission, including during partner selection, clarification, and closure. The manual also strengthens the how-to guidance for developing stronger, more implementation-oriented requests. This section provides clear guidance to non-Annex 1 NDEs on what makes a stronger requests. It emphasizes alignment with national strategies and plans, enhancement of endogenous capacities, a defined monitoring and evaluation approach, stronger engagement of national climate-related focal points, stronger engagement of finance actors and relevant stakeholders, attention to gender equality and social inclusion, potential for multi-country collaboration and regional building where regional bundling where relevant. So the manual supports NDEs not only in submitting requests, but in shaping requests that are more implementable and more likely lead to follow-up actions. That leads to the final key evolution, stronger focus on what happens after TA. A key evolution is the stronger emphasis on what happens after TA. For non-Annex 1 NDEs, TA should be treated not as an endpoint, but as a catalyst for broader implementation impact. The manual now provides clearer guidance on post-TA follow-up coordination, engagement with key finance and coordination actors, including GCF NDA, Ministry of Finance and Planning, GEF operational focal point, adaptation fund designated authority, and development partners. It also clarifies expected use of TA outputs for policy uptake, investment planning, concept note and proposal development, and replication and scale-up. Finally, it strengthens post-implementation monitoring through follow-up forms and surveys. Thank you for your attention. We welcome the advisory board's guidance on this updated manual, and we'll finalize it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So indeed, colleagues, the floor is open first to members for guidance. I see the Bingo constituency, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for organizing this another day and for having us. So thank you. The new version of the manual, I think it's very comprehensive and brings lots of the issues that we requested in the last meeting. Thank you for that. The first comment is a suggestion. If you could just, because it's a long document and the better we make it for the reader, the better. So to avoid to break table contents and to ensure that the titles do not get lost in a final page and it's in connection with the other part. That's a minor thing, otherwise it's fine. And my second question is regarding the language. So now it's only in English, and is it enough to communicate with the NDEs? and or we should have it translated to other languages, because I know that this is an important communication tool with the NDEs that might serve as something to improve the amount of requests. Therefore, we have great interest that it's accessible for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Egypt. Oh, I'm sorry, Nigeria, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. The first one is a very granular question, which is that, and thank you for this manual, but I was just wondering how much participation and consultation with the NDEs in developing this manual. And I'm asking this so that we would see if there's more consultation, there's likely going to be more ownership by the NDEs. The second one is about I think, what were the NDE roles, where you have before the TA, the box before the TA. I just wanted to mention, and I think I mentioned in the first session of the joint meeting, that the Africa NDEs did say that they wanted more role in the selection of the international consultants. How that is done, we would ask the Secretariat to look at it, but I think they also, even if they're going to be, just informed on the processes and things like that, I know there'll be some procurement issues and things like that, but they want to be a part of selecting the international consultants for the national TAs. I just wanted to flag it up again here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak again.
Thank you very much. Next is Canada, please.
Thank you very much. I think this is a really strong document, and it reads very well, so thank you. The first thing I would just like to point out that I think it's really great that the messaging is coming out strongly, that the TA is positioned as an entry point and not an end point. And so I think it very much reflects the sort of the revised, not revised, but updated approach of having more responsibility post-TA, which is very important. I also am wondering, I know that obviously we don't want this document to be stuck in time, so we don't want to reference a specific program of work or specific areas in our current program of work, but I'm just wondering if the operating manual should reference the existence of programs of work and making sure that NDEs are aware of how important what's in the program of work is to their requests. Now, if it's in there and I missed it, I apologize. So please do let me know. Also, really glad to see to hear at least that NDEs are encouraged to connect with the finance focal points, such as the NDAs. I think if there is an opportunity to strengthen that in the document up front, that would be helpful, because I think that's one of the areas that really needs to be encouraged, is this focal point interaction. The final point I have is that I've noticed in several areas, page 6, page 27, and page 30, refer to the logistical support as generally not exceeding 5,000. However, it is my understanding that it is capped at 5,000, and I'm a little bit concerned that this may lead to some misunderstanding, but open to clarification from the Secretariat as why that language was chosen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Dominican Republic, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the Secretariat for the preparation of the revised operation manual for the NDEs. It's really a strong document, as mentioned by Canada. I would also like to welcome and congratulate the inclusion through the whole text of reference of gender equality, empowerment of youth and indigenous people and local communities. We believe this is an important and positive improvement that helps ensure a more inclusive and responsive approach to the technology support. In addition, as mentioned by Angela, it might be useful to consider making the operational manual available in other, at least union language. This could help facilitate its use by the NDEs and improve accessibility and understanding. particularly for those countries where English is not the primary working language. I only have a few minor editorial suggestions, which I believe could help strengthen the document and improve its readability. Some are already covered by Bingo, I think. It might be useful to use the option to repeat the header row in all tables. Also, it could be also helpful to insert additional pages breaks to improve the overall flow of the document and avoid isolated sections title appearing at the bottom of the page. And last but not least, we should justify the text throughout the document. It might help with the readability of it. Those are only minor suggestions, and we're really grateful for this major effort.
Thank you. Next is Burkina Faso, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the CTCN for this document, which is more clear. I am happy to see that I am not alone to flag the problem of language. This is a document which will be practical for NDEs. And it will be good that we have it in UN languages so that they can use it properly. I just want also to add what Nigeria has said about the role of the NDEs in international consultant selection. This question comes every time, and we think that it is very important to take it into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the Engo constituency, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, also thank you, Ho Young. That was huge help in explaining what the NDEs do and how they could do it better. And congratulations to the team for all the work in this 60-page document, the operating manual. There's a short segment that's running on Bloomberg TV over and over between the ads, you know, and this is like a network for investors. And it's somebody from the African Development Bank talking about how they've spent a lot of time and resources helping countries prepare a pipeline of projects and having everything ready, the concept notes, the numbers, the technicalities, it's best ready for investors, and so that there's a lot of projects fundable. And I see elements of that in what you've described, and particularly in the post-TA, Orly was emphasizing the importance of that. And then I began thinking about, you know, BTIP and sort of how, with the NDEs, how we really support implementation and developing that pipeline and supporting. So I'm wondering what else needs to happen on there. And this is sort of in the spirit of giving guidance now. And I just wonder what the plan is or the process is for elaborating support systems for developing those pipelines. I mean, I see reference to regional development banks. I don't know how many are actually doing what the African Development Bank says it's been doing. Is that sort of standard practice now, or how does that relate to this new guidance that's being given? And if not, like, what is a plan or what is a process to develop a plan to support such a pipeline development, particularly to make things attractive and sort of more ready for investment, be it from public agencies or from private investors? You know, because we look at the figures right now for artificial intelligence and data centers, and they're looking at, what, $600 billion in this year alone that's going into data center. All right, that's like 6 times what the last, you know, the NCQG, the 100 billion figure that we're talking about. And you know, we can only dream of this scale of investment going into the renewable scale, but that's what we have to dream about, right? We have to think on that scale. How do we get things prepared, not just the regulatory frameworks, but that support system? And these NDEs seem to play a really potentially important point in doing that. And then also just maybe one small editorial suggestion on the list of abbreviations at the beginning of the operating manual, which I found useful to see all these. But I think it'd be helpful to include not only the one orally mentioned NDAs, which I think is National Development Agencies, or whatever NDA is. I don't see it in there. I'm not sure what it is. But also NSIs, the National Systems of Innovation, which I see are referenced throughout the document, but there's no, to include that in the list of abbreviations as well. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Next is Sweden, please.
Thanks. So I have 3 points that I'd like to make, and I would like to support the suggestion to translate the document to other languages, subject to resources available. I think that would be good, so that it can reach a bigger audience. And then I have a comment on the suggestion from, I believe, Nigeria and Burkina Faso on the consultants. I think it, of course, would be very good to have more local consultants on the ground, knowing the environment and everything. But I still believe that it would be better if the choice ultimately continues to lie within the CTC and on which consultant that should be chosen. And then on my third point, I see in the document that both GCF and GEF focal points are mentioned throughout the documents. I believe GCF is a little bit more frequently mentioned than GEF. There's a table on, I believe it's on page 7, where different stakeholders are mentioned. I think in this specific table, I think we mentioned like UNFCCC mechanism focal point or something like that. Maybe it would be good to explicitly write out GCF and GEF there, just to be clear. But otherwise, I would like to ask others, well done with this document. It's very thorough and contains a lot of important information in a detailed manner. So great job. Thanks.
Thank you. And I see now Egypt, please.
Thank you very much. It's very good manual, because 3 years ago I let Valentine suffering from explaining all this in one hour. So it is documented and very well, but still from last night till now I want to make sure of having the connection between the fund, whatever is it, 5,000 or maybe inshallah more, and the country will receive this fund. There is a connection, and for example, Egypt has a problem with this because UNEP, we don't have UNEP in our country. We have UNDP, and there is a UN regulation that this amount is supposed to be less with this transfer, but it is not here. Some information will be explained orally, maybe, because it's maybe a different case with some countries, but this financial mechanism must be shown in such manual in general, maybe, not in a specific way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next is Nigeria, please.
Again, thank you for the floor, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak again on the Sweden's intervention on the choice of international consultants. We hear you clearly that the selection should lie with the CTC and Secretariat. We don't necessarily have an issue with that, but I wanted to clarify that the NDEs want to be a part of the process of selection, not that they will select. They want to be a part, and I think that is to further guide the CTC and Secretariat towards making a much more effective choice. The second one would be Canada's intervention on the 5,000 logistics support. I don't know if I heard you properly. You were saying something about the 5,000 being the cap. Having had the privilege of being among the ones that got this started with Mr. Fred and Mr. Omedi, and we're thankful to the CTCN for allowing that for the NDEs. It is my understanding that the 5,000 was a starting point, not the cap. Perhaps we need to look at the records again, but that was the kind of subtle agreement that it would be a starting point consequent on performance and consequent on availability of funding. Thank you. The Secretariat may clarify.
Thank you, Nigeria. I should just note that this is our very next agenda item, which is dedicated to NDE logistical support. So we have time dedicated precisely to that point after this discussion. Let us also open the floor to observers before we turn back to the Secretariat. So any observers in the room or online? Okay, so seeing no further requests for the floor, let us return to the Secretariat to respond to these points, please.
Thank you for your valuable feedback, questions, and insights. So in terms of many feedback regarding editing and translation, yes, we will continue to elaborate this document with consultations with our members. The translation is possible, in particular for working languages for NDEs, including Spanish, French, Russian. Also, another question from Canada regarding the language on page 30. Yes, we will also look into it and revise it accordingly. Regarding another question and insight for developing a strong pipeline, this NDE manual update reflects the importance of coordinating with potential donors and investors when we develop TA requests. In short, this manual is to reflect the current practice of CTCN based on our current operation rather than providing a new obligation to NDEs. And we are happy to keep listening to the members and updating it accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. I just was getting advice from my colleagues, and I want to briefly comment about the request for NDE's involvement in the selection process of the international consultants. So as we understand the process, thank you very much, Halima and Hortense, for the question. And I am very live to the discussions in the NDE forum. As it is, currently the process starts with once we have received the request and an REOI has been issued, the request for expression of interest to network members. The network members who express interest to bid in a particular TA will then be invited by UNEP subsequently to submit proposals upon the submission of request for proposals. So as it is structured currently, it is a competitive bidding process. That competitive bidding process is within the rules of procurement of UNEP and UNON in Nairobi. And so unless there would be probably some guidance from the advisory board and also involvement of UNEP, I am afraid at the moment it doesn't have provisions for inclusion of participation of NDE as it is, but probably with future advice from the advisory board, there might be different perspectives to it. But thank you, that's the current structure.
Okay, thank you very much for those responses, and thank you, colleagues, for your guidance, which has been carefully noted, and the Secretariat will take it all into account in finalising the manual in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of the time. So with that, colleagues, we turn to a coffee break. We have 15 minutes for our coffee, so let us be back here in 15 minutes to continue our discussion. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed the break, but we now continue with agenda item 18, and we turn to sub-item 18.3, NDE logistical support. So recalling the decisions 18 CP27 and 19 CMA4 requested the TEC and the CTCN to explore ways to strengthen both technical and logistical support to NDEs so that they can carry out their mandates more effectively. At the 25th meeting, the advisory board agreed on the logistical support framework and requested the Secretariat to report back on its implementation at our AB meetings. Therefore, I now invite Robinson from the Secretariat to provide an update on the progress made in implementing logistical support. Robinson, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and we will proceed to provide updates on the NDE logistical support, and subsequently we'll get it back to the Chair for comments. Just for information, the gentleman on the screen, the NDE from Somalia, will be one of the subjects for this presentation. So a little bit of background here, which might be ideally like preaching to the choir. The NDEs, of course, play a very key role in terms of the transmission of climate tech to between CTCN and the countries. And in recollection of the COP decisions, it's important to ensure that there is that continued support for non-Annex 1 NDEs to continue undertaking that role. So without belaboring the respective documents, which can be referenced, I think we do recognize the importance of continuing to ensure that there is consistent support to NDEs to undertake their role. So in recognition of that, at the 26th Advisory Board meeting, the board did consider an update of the implementation of the logistical support for NDEs. There was noted interests about the awareness and access to the support. They encouraged the Secretariat to, sorry for that, it's about 4 a.m. in Kenya, so the screen might also be waking up. So some members also suggested that increasing the level of logistical support in the future might be better to meet the needs of NDEs. I think this is discussion within the purview of the AB. And then the agreement also to evaluate and provide guidance regarding the logistical support when developing the next program of work. So in essence, in recognition of this background, we do appreciate that countries have some awareness created around the need for logistical support with NDEs, and not just NDE, but also the country within which, landscape within which the NDE operates. The photos to the right of your screen would be the one above the NDE for Somalia, which is one of the beneficiaries for logistical support within the period under consideration. And the photo below, the photos below, that's the workshops in Cambodia, which were also beneficiaries of the logistical support. So in essence, the Secretariat went ahead to put up a framework on which the NDE would operate, basically like creating a template for modality 1 and modality 2 based on the guidance that was provided by the advisory board. And so within these two modus operandi, the NDE is free to select either modality 1 or modality 2, of course, subject to the availability of funds. And this is currently structured to operate within a value not exceeding $5,000 per request per NDE per year. And just for the recollection of the advisory board members, we did take note, we might have some new members. So modality one is looking at the organization and facilitation of national workshops to promote CTCN in countries, but also to provide that context around which requests can be made on climate tech to CTCN in different sectors within the country. And modality two is about being able to undertake activities to facilitate TA follow-up actions for increasing impacts from CTCN TAs and fine-tune CTCN TA impact monitoring process. Very briefly, this would be the snapshot of the delivery process of the logistical support. We start with the request template, which is the responsibility of the NDE. And then we come to the review of the request where CTCN participates to guide the NDE, but also to sort of like guide on the rules and regulations and also review of the request. And then we move on to, once that has been settled, the agreement preparation between the NDE host institution and UNEP. And then the fourth stage is about the disbursement of funds upon signature and approval. And then once either modality one activities or modality two have been implemented, the NDE is also required to report back on the usage of funds and, of course, do the accounting procedures that might be required. So on operationalization, currently we have 8 requests so far that have been addressed, and this is the breakdown of the 8 requests. 2 from Asia, 6 from Africa. We are yet to have a request from LAC and SEEDS in Eastern Europe. I believe there might be consideration going forward. But on modality 1, we have seen interests from Cambodia, Papua New Guinea, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia, Laos, PDR, Chile, and the list continues. But of particular interest for those who have already been beneficiaries is Cambodia and Somalia. And we'll provide one more slide to just highlight what the achievements are for Cambodia and Somalia. Currently, under implementation on modality 1, we are also running the implementation for Kenya and soon Lesotho and Mongolia. And we'll get underway with contracting for Liberia and Senegal. On modality 2, we have currently Togo and contracting. So that would be the outlay so far. Just some highlights to emphasize that the importance of the outcomes of this support. For instance, from the workshop in Cambodia, this would be the snapshot of what the outcomes are from the workshop. And without really reading the list, I want to straight away mention that we have seen interest in Cambodia in respect to upcoming TA requests. I think we have some underway in processing. And so we might directly or indirectly connect that to the logistical support, and just to demonstrate that it is a key element in terms of being able to catalyze interest from the country. And the Somalia workshop outputs also, we had quite high-level government involvement. And currently, in terms of the feedback loop back to CTCN, we also have some requests under consideration for Somalia currently that are being screened and discussed with the country. So here's what we are summarizing as the lessons learned. One is we find this as a key component in terms of being able to catalyze quality and scalable requests, being able to continually engage countries, and probably even take this strategically for countries that have not made a request for a while, if they find this as a viable route, first of all, to spike interest within the national framework of how they would raise needs or requests to countries. And then just a logistical challenge is that from the CTCN UNEP perspective, the landscape of engaging the country is not a homogeneous landscape. Each country will have a different national outlay of institutions that would be the host institution for logistical support. So you have to be ready to engage the relevant institution, and the changes will be different depending on the country that you are engaging. And in terms of best practices, I think it's important to emphasize to countries that plan ahead and make the request right way ahead of time, so that we have time as CTCN to do the necessary procedures, but also give you time to implement. I think we have highlighted the case for Cambodia there that made their request quite early, and there was quite a good outlay of planning. The recommendation here is to probably introduce a structured call for requests, where maybe we could have submissions or the call for requests made like in Q1 with planned implementation in Q3. That gives some time for planning, but also it raises the interest among countries. This is the time that you would be expecting the call to come up. On modality 2, the observation here is that we have so far received one request for Togo that's undergoing processing. The best practice here would be to continually also sensitize the NDEs on the need for post-implementation analysis and activities. And also the recommendation here is being able to clarify the roles of non-Annex 1 NDEs in undertaking post-implementation analysis and provide information on readily available analytic tools by CTCN. So thank you very much, Chair. We are happy to take some comments.
Thank you very much, Robinson, for this report. So colleagues, the advisory board is indeed invited to take note of this update on implementation. So with that, I open the floor to members for any interventions, please. So any interventions, colleagues? Are there any observers who wish to intervene on this item? Engo, please.
Thank you for all of this. Still struggling to understand the process and how this actually works and the different actors and interests involved at the national level. And I had a chance, thanks to Ho Young, to speaking with me, explaining a bit at the break. But I'm trying to, maybe you have more insight, if you could share, please, on what happens between the end of, okay, you've got the workshops, which then sometimes we want to result in technical assistance requests, and once those get done, but we want those funded and implemented. And that's what we're trying to move to now, scaling that up with the BTIP. And I'm wondering what more needs to happen or what can happen between the completion of the TA and then the 2-year monitoring analysis. Like what happens between that 2 years? And what support is there to make sure that it gets funded? Is there a need for more support in those areas? And I'm surprised to see only 2-3 requests in that area, if I understood it correctly. I don't think it's a question of availability of resources, although I recall the last meeting there was the discussion over the $5,000, and is it enough? And I don't know really what the costs are in particular countries, if that is really adequate for the sort of support that these TA requests need to actually turn into fundable projects. But anyway, if you could elaborate a bit more on some of the challenges and needs in those areas, because I find myself limited with the guidance I can give on what needs to happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Victor. Could the Secretariat please respond to this intervention?
Thank you very much, Victor. If I got the question right, I will try to answer it in two parts. So first of all, there is the phase between once the purpose of like modality one is to make sure that the country can caucus within itself and create awareness of the mandate and functions of CTCN and how they liaise with CTCN. But that's not where it ends, because if it ended there, then it would be premature. So there is a further step to expect that the country translate this into outputs of requests for technical assistance. So if I take the example of Somalia, for instance, they went ahead to, in the workshop, and I believe the same for Cambodia, to look at their national planning documents, the NDCs and the like, and they identified what is it that aligns with, for instance, the system transformation areas within which CTCN operates, and then prioritize what would be viable requests submitted to CTCN. So there is a national conversation in there that CTCN probably doesn't want to get drawn into, but keeps listening in. And then that national conversation culminates into a request that the country formulates. And then CTCN will come in and screen that request and begin the formal process of either determining this request is admissible or not admissible. But with the logistical support help, now that CTCN is also listening in, it becomes much more practical to guide the country that you probably, if you're bringing this kind of request, it might not be admissible, and this area would be acceptable. But after that, the formal other procedures would follow. But in terms of the post-implementation, there is a more elaborate presentation, I think, that was given to the AB, last AB, also on post-implementation. And there's a structured framework around which we expect to request countries and NDEs to make follow-up on post-implementation of TAs after a certain period. So it's not like just immediately after implementation, there'll be a time lag within which the country or the NDE is given to provide feedback to CTCN. So the other question that you have, which maybe the AB might comment on, is the discussion around whether this is enough or not enough. Maybe if I use President Obama's language, might be above my pay grade to comment on, and I'll leave that to the AB to comment. And the challenges and around this process, I think it's critically important for CTCN to continue making sure that there is that awareness within the NDEs that this support is available, and then also sensitize our NDE colleagues on the opportunities that this can create among us the national framework to spike up interest on technical assistances. So I do expect that for Somalia, for instance, and Cambodia, they will continue, probably not within a timescale of a year or so, or even longer, to see a little bit more activity, whether directly attributable to this or indirectly, but it's something we can debate, but I think that will be my response for that.
Thank you very much. Ingo, are you asking for the floor again? So next is Nigeria, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson, for the presentation. I take the floor again because, Mr. Chair, you said we could bring this up at this session about the logistics support. I remember I responded to Canada asking about the 5,000 being the cap, and I reminded the meeting that from the onset, where this was agreed to provide NDEs with the 5,000, it was more of a beginning, starting point. And I believe the records would show when you look at it. So it's not the cap, it's the beginning, consequent upon performance and availability of resources. I also want to reiterate, though Mr. Robinson had raised it, in the Africa NDE Forum, they still say, and they still insist that the 5,000 isn't exactly enough to do national activities that their role demands or their role mandates. I was just speaking to Burkina Faso here about the proposal even that they had given on what they feel might be more adequate in trying to dispense of their roles as NDEs and deliver on the activities at the national level. Perhaps maybe Burkina might want to say something by way of information, perhaps. The last one too was that yesterday we got the presentation which showed those who were successful in accessing the 5,000, but I did also mention that there's also a need to focus on those that were not able to access the 5,000 because of institutional procedures, processing problems, and all that. For that, I don't know if it's possible for Secretariat or I don't know what entity it will be for the NDEs to have like a support system, advice, guide, or something, because even in Tunisia, when they were able to express themselves and say, hey, when this money comes in, it goes through blah and blah institution, there is a processing fee or some money they have to pay out of the 5,000, and at the end of the day, the 5,000 isn't enough. And for some of our countries, you have a central depositing system like the TSA for Nigeria. When money comes in, it goes straight into TSA. Then you have to go to the finance ministry and the accountant general to try and extract that money. And of course, by the time it gets to them, it's not going to be enough. Then there are other institutional issues also they have to tackle. So I don't know if there's a way the Secretariat can kind of put up, I know you're overworked, some support system to be like, okay, if you're having this problem, what is your national financial geography? Maybe you can try this, maybe you can try that, you know, because they were a diverse financial mapping for all the countries involved. So that's what I just wanted to flag off again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Nigeria, Burkina Faso, please. Thank you, Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think this question of 5,000, thank you so much for your presentation. It was very clear, and I like when you present because you take time to speak slowly. Thank you so much. This question of $5,000 for NDE's logistical support, I think it comes every time, and during AB meeting and also during forums. And I know that during Africa Forum, this question was on the table, and the NDs were complaining about the amount. If I look at, I don't know, I think it is from October to now, you said you have 8 requests. Is it from October to now? Yes. I think there is also the problem of accessibility. So I don't know how it will be possible to make it maybe easy to access to this logistical support. I will also like to talk about, I don't know if it is only a question of communication or maybe understanding of the process, but I think maybe something needs to be done to allow them to apply for that. But during last AB, I remember that when we were discussing about the amount, it is, as we say in my country, it is good, but not enough. We cannot say it is not good. We say it is good, but not enough. We said that during this AB, we will put it on the table and discuss it again. I am not here to say the CTCN should give this amount, but I would like just to recommend, to suggest that we have a look at it and try to solve this problem, because as we all know, NDEs are promoting also the CTCN, and if they complain about the amount of the logistical support, we should definitely have a look at it and see how we can help them to do in the best way what we request from them. Yeah, thank you. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just to confirm that there are no online requests currently. So let us return to the Secretariat to respond to these two. Oh, I see. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. And I thank the presenter for the elaborate presentation. My observation, I want to relate the two presentations, the one on the operational manual and then this one on the logistic support. When I look at the operational manual, we are giving the NDEs expanded mandate. And then as we are expanding the mandate, we are keeping the cap of logistical support at 5,000 USD. I try to translate it back to my local currency, and I just realized that all the NDs can do with this money is just a single meeting with a few stakeholders. So I'm looking at the fact that we are saying that the NDEs should intervene in the TA life cycle. Concept identification, concept development, implementation, and design approval, and post-implementation. And then we are saying that only 5,000 per year is allowed per NDE. So this means that to take one TA through to the post-life cycle, to the post-implementation, will take them a minimum of 5 years. So does it mean that each country or each NDE is specifically allowed one TA in the life cycle in the 5 years? Because this has the implication that they can't get beyond 5,000. And then my question is, what happens to NDEs with capacity to handle, to juggle more than one TA? more than one project, they can handle them simultaneously. How do we handle them? And is it realistic that we shall achieve, or we just limit it that each NDE has to be restricted to only 1 TA per 5 years, such that we have output at the end of the 5-year period? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm advised that the EU online has requested the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Many thanks to Robinson for the presentation. I think this connects really well to the engagement with NDEs and the operating manual for NDEs that were discussed earlier this morning, and very much thanking Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and ATC for their concerns on the logistical support, which I really believe is instrumental in how to operationalize and make the best out of the logistical support. I mean, overall, it's really important that we have this form of support to developing countries, but I think there's a bit of a confusion in terms of what we are asked to do at this meeting today, and that is to provide comments on the operating manual for NDEs. And there, the most important is that is providing accurate information to the NDEs on what is the state of play on the work of the NDEs, including on logistical support. And as represented and shown on the screen by Robinson, the current rules of logistical support has a cap of $5,000. So then, to really be able to provide clear information to NDEs, it's important that the operating manual is accurately capturing this. And I really believe that it's premature to have a discussion today in terms of changing the cap, because as has been discussed in previous AB meetings, the idea is that once more logistical support projects have been implemented, we take stock and to see what can we learn from the projects that have been done. And also in terms of making it easier for NDEs to be able to access this support, of course, entirely agreeing with the Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and ETC on this point. But in the end, the CTC and Secretariat is bound by the rules of providing this sort of support. But what we can do is about advertising this opportunity, providing information and helping countries and knowing that this kind of support exists and is available to them. And I think that is also what is really the importance of this operating manual, which is including a lot of information, including in the annexes, on how this kind of logistical support works. So I think this agenda points today is one of these steps that the CTCN is taking to be able to support NDEs on this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. So let us then turn to the Secretariat for responses, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will try to make responses that, starting with the comments made by Nigeria. So I will leave the issue about the cap to where I left it, so maybe I need not comment about that at the moment. So in terms of the access and the institutional issues, thank you. I'm trying to evade the P. So we do recognize the different institutional outlays that exist amongst countries. And I think that's why we put up on the slide that logistical challenge about being able to learn the process over time. Given that this is also a relatively new modality or service that the CTCN is extending to NDEs, I believe we also have the opportunity to learn jointly together of what works in each country and what might not work. So with that learning, we probably anticipate that the first cycle may have some teething problems, which we are very willing to try and address as they come. I am not promising that there will not be challenges when we move from Nigeria, for example, to Burkina Faso or Tanzania requesting, because the ministerial arrangements will differ. And so we tried to address this, for example, country by country. Then the question from Burkina Faso around the ease to access. We made a proposal in the presentation, I think towards the last slide, which I believe the EC has also closely alluded to, that we could deliberately create a window for advertising this logistical support so that awareness is created to NDEs that within this quarter, maybe January to March, this is the application window, and we go out and advertise that. These are the rules, and please, if you have a need for logistical support, apply within this window. Then that makes it, transfers the responsibility for ownership to the NDEs. Otherwise, when it's open throughout the year, there's that feeling like the window is always there, I can come back and apply. But then what's open for all might be open for none. So we do intend, with guidance from the AB, to make sure that we can create that structured window, application window. Again, also, Burkina Faso did ask, is it a communication issue? We would be happy, like the previous discussion, to try and make the documents and the application window advertisement available in the languages that we are extending. I mean, the languages of our service clientele, whether this is French, Spanish, and others, so that that clarity goes out in the different operational languages. With guidance from my director, I believe that that would be possible. How can we help? Back to the structured window, I believe when that window is open, CTCN can actively promote that on our social media channels, website, to make sure that NDEs are aware of that, and also make sure that during the NDE forum, we emphasize that don't wait for the entire year. This is the window that you have to act. Asha, I just want to clarify that with the NDE manual, I think the intention is not really to expand the mandate of the NDE, but rather to make the information more structured and available in a way that the NDE is able to follow. So we are not creating entirely new information, but we are organizing the information and updating it to make it much more relevant. But further to that, also in an upcoming presentation, I believe later this afternoon, we will talk a little bit about what you asked. Is the NDE allowed one TA per life cycle? I believe later in the afternoon, we'll talk about the prioritization criteria with respect to the status of the TA portfolio. And you will see in that criteria that the NDE is not entirely restricted to one TA, but there are other rules that might come into play that can guide that. So I think I would want to leave that up to that point. Thank you, Christopher, for your comments. And I believe they were not a question, but thank you for the input. Thank you very much. Back to the chair.
So thank you very much, Robinson, for those responses, and thank you, colleagues, for all of your inputs, which the Secretariat will take into account in further implementing. Please, Victor, I see you've asked for the floor again.
Just because it seems like we're about to move on.
But you're very welcome to take the floor again.
Thanks. I just wanted to request clarification on what the process is and the timeline for reconsidering the request to raise the cap. And I'm thinking particularly in the context of yesterday's presentation on the financial situation, the report, as I recall, is like not only does CTCN have 1 1/3 of a year in reserves, but the second highest category of surplus where we underspent was in NDEs. So the money is there, colleagues. And I think it would be prudent to anticipate, especially in the context of the current crisis in the Middle East, where countries' costs are going up. More countries are looking at accelerating their transition to renewables. Costs are going up, needs are going up, and it would be prudent to anticipate that the cap could and should be raised. So I'm not clear that, could we approve that today? Could we propose it today and it has to be approved in the next fall meeting, or what has to happen?
Thank you, Ingo. So the Secretariat will respond, but I understand there's also Canada, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to just come back in and thank my colleagues from Nigeria and Burkina Faso, and also others who have, expressed concern and articulated very clearly why they feel this is really important to them. And I wanted to echo our colleague from the European Commission saying that we also believe, and I also believe, that this funding is important. And I think it is a good thing that we have it in place. And so, the comment earlier about the accuracy of the language in the operating manual was more from the perspective of avoiding raised expectation given the rule that we had agreed to, and not wanting NDEs to be disappointed if there's a misunderstanding. And of course, I guess it can be read differently since it's 5,000 per year. I guess over the years, you could get more than 5,000. But also want to agree with Mike at the same time, while it's very important funding, and I think it can go to a lot of good, we do need a bit more time to see the uptake and how it's used in order to really evaluate. So I would support our colleague Christopher in saying that we need to wait prior to evaluating it, given that it was just approved at the last session and there's been only a handful of requests. So anyway, I just wanted to come in and clarify the support for the principle of providing the funding, but that we're just too much in the early stages to reopen the amount decision. But thank you.
Thank you. So could the Secretariat please respond to these additional points?
Thank you very much for the question on the process. Ingo question. Indeed, as Orly just mentioned, that the board decided on this logistical quantity, I believe, like 2 years ago, with allowing the implementations to take place, and asked the Secretariat to continue reporting on the implementation of logistic support. So this is basically what the Secretariat is doing. Last year, as already noted by Robinson, and also in the presentations of the annual operating plan 2025, we have only received and completed one logistical support, but we're gonna be having a lot more due to the, number that around 15 that we are processing right now. So we're hoping to have a bit more information on how this logistical support provisions is being implemented, and whether there are issues from NDEs. As you know, that Somalia and Cambodia, they able to actually implement a workshop, maybe not enough, we don't know, but I think it's also good to collect a bit more information. We will do the similar presentations at the upcoming EB in September. And as you know, also there will be, the Secretariat will prepare the annual operating plan budget for 2027, at which then obviously these allocations for the logistical support will be there again. So perhaps that is just looking from the perspective of process, that would be the better point when we can have more information, but also at the same time be discussing the budget. Thanks.
So thank you very much for those responses. So with that, colleagues, we have taken your inputs and the Secretariat will take them into account. We move now to sub-item 18.4, covering the biannual NDE survey. So in line with Decision 18 CP27, building on lessons learned from previous such surveys, the CTCN Secretariat will present today the timeline and outreach plan of the ongoing NDE survey being conducted from March to July 2026. Following the brief presentation discussions held at the joint session on Friday, the Secretariat presents this item with a focus on the CTCN perspective, specifically the objectives and methodology underlining the NDE survey. So I turn to Julia, please, for the presentation.
Thank you so much, Chair. By now you probably know that I love talking about the biannual NDE survey, as this is the second time I'm doing so. I believe in the interest of time, though, I will have to be quick. Could I get the slides up, please? Thank you so much. I believe there was okay, sorry. So here I'm showing an overview of the difference in approach between 2022 and 2024, when the biannual NDE surveys were last conducted. The survey for 2026 has just started, so we can't provide data yet, but what is important to note is that based on the good feedback on the overall approach for the 2024 conducted NDE survey, we are keeping the same approach for the 2026 NDE survey. So as you can see in the comparative table between 2022 and 2024 NDE biannual surveys, for the first time in 2024, Annex 1 NDEs were sent the survey, and it went from 25 questions to 40 for Annex 1 and 60 for non-Annex 1. And I've heard from the Tech Vice Chair that some Annex 1 NDEs were not sent the survey yet, so we will definitely amend this quickly, and also indicate the time it takes to complete the survey, as well as add language to non-Annex 1 NDEs based on feedback received from Nigeria on why exactly this survey is so important. And for the 2026 NDE survey, the non-Annex 1 survey takes about 35 minutes and consists of 58 questions, many of which are yes or no or follow-up questions, so not as time-consuming as that would sound. And the Annex 1 survey consists of 51 questions and also around 35 minutes. For 2022, the response rate was 28%, and for 2024, it was 45%. And we're hoping for the same or higher as in 2024 for the 2026 survey. So in terms of comms and outreach, in 2022, the outreach consisted of 2 online reminders. In 2024, it was online reminders, 2 to 3 reminders by the regional teams, and dedicated slots at the NDE forums. I'm speed talking here. For the tech, so we did, the survey has been updated to incorporate changes and updates since 2024. For tech, the changes are made with the new tech rolling work plan in mind, and for the CTCN, the updates take into account the post-TA implementation form, new mandates coming in from BELEM, such as matchmaking, indigenous, endogenous technologies, and enhancing NSI, multi-country TAs, and, bearing in mind the last agenda item, tracking requests for logistical support. And here we actually have 2 questions when it comes to the NDE logistical support, and one of them addresses the asks for barriers in submitting logistical support. So we look forward to getting information on that. For the structure of the questions, we have 4 parts. And I'll just highlight the new elements here. So in part 1, we have a new element when it comes to collaboration between NDE, NDA, and OFPs. And in part 2, the new elements are on indigenous, endogenous, and NSI, multi-country TA, TA outcome and impact, matchmaking and logistical support. And yeah, these are the new elements. And we have incorporated the lessons learned and feedback received from AB members from the last NDE survey in 2024, and we'll continue with the same approach identified then. So tailored questions for different stakeholders with a communication and outreach strategy in place, such as the NDE survey featuring in the CTCN newsletter, slots at the NDE forums in Africa, LAC and Asia to fill out the survey, and individual follow-up as needed. And just to reiterate that we will make sure that the survey reaches everyone and that we can report on the data in September AB. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now open the floor for comments from members in the first case. So Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation again. As I said yesterday, again, I did ask that the total responses, you gave the percentage for the total responses, and I did suggest yesterday that it would be good to have the responses, total responses for the Annex 1 and the non-Annex 1 to give us a better picture of what is actually happening and who isn't exactly responding, and who we should be pursuing for the responses. The second one is I'm just trying to say, please make the questions on the survey a bit more crisp, more easier to answer. I get sent a lot of surveys. Some are easier to answer, and some halfway through I'm like, do I have to do this? So really, it is difficult to be answering surveys in the midst of official work and other work and life processes and life demands. So questions that don't really have to be asked, yank them off and make it very smart, direct kind of survey. And thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you. The Engo constituency, please.
Thank you, Chair. I understand it's already been sent out for 2026. I'm just curious, is there a question included in there or any feedback for levels of support and what's adequate? Because it sounds like we heard from our colleague from Uganda and I believe Nigeria that that to come back to the 5,000 cap discussion again, that it might not just be enough. And so maybe the limited requests that we're getting are because it's not worth the money or there's not much that's doable for such a limited amount. And then I'm thinking of, the transaction costs and the points about, like, what can you do in Copenhagen for $5,000 is not that much. Just transferring the money, it certainly might cost more than that, it seems sometimes. And then once it goes to the different ministries, I have to wonder how much money actually arrives to the NDE. So I'm wondering, is there anything in the survey that makes space for information on that? Because we seem to have a gap between what developing countries are asking for here and the donor countries, the developed countries who want to wait and see for some unspecified amount of time what happens. And I'm wanting to see that we close this gap fast.
Thank you. Next is Burkina Faso, please.
Thank you so much for this summary of the survey. I can see that there is a progress. If we take the rate of participation in 2022 and 2024, what I could request is to continue communicating. I know that during our Africa NDE forum, we talk a lot about that, and I remember they asked NDE to fill out to participate in the survey. This is an opportunity to communicate about it, but I think that we should also see if we have another way to remind them to continue, yeah, so that for the next survey we could have more, because this survey will help us to know how to guide the different activities where we have to do more effort and so on. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any, I see, yes, please, Egypt.
Yeah, quickly, thank you, Chair. I think we have to find ways to encourage not only the network members, but the NDEs to get in the survey. I'm optimistic with the new one in 2026. I think the number will be more increased than the two surveys others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let us turn back to the Secretariat to respond.
Yeah, thank you so much for all the questions. For Nigeria, we will indeed track the total responses received from AI Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 with percentages. And those who are not responding will be sent individual reminders to respond. The survey has already been launched, so we can't amend the questions. But for the 2028 NDE, biannual NDE survey, we can make sure that the questions are, as you say, crispier and easier to answer. And I should also mention that the survey is in 3 languages, so English, Spanish, and French. For ENGO, so for the Annex 1 NDE survey, because there are 2 different surveys, there's a lot of questions on if Annex 1 NDEs are giving support to the CTCN and how that support looks like. So that will also be interesting to look at. For Burkina Faso, we are continuously sending reminders, and we'll send individual reminders to make sure that our numbers are higher than in 2024. Thank you so much. Over. Sorry, and one addendum to NGO question on logistical support. So the NDEs, as I mentioned as well in my presentation, the biannual NDE survey has 2 questions on logistical support, because as I mentioned, this is a new item, so we want to get data on it as well, because we're still collecting, as the director said, we're still collecting requests. So there are 2 questions on the non-Annex 1 biannual NDE survey on logistical support. It's question 31 is, have you submitted a request for logistical support? If yes, what was the outcome? And is there anything to improve or anything that worked well? That's a mandatory question. And question 32 is a follow-up. If no, have you encountered any barriers in requesting logistical support? So this will be a really good opportunity for us to receive that feedback, see what works and what doesn't work, and address that. And perhaps that could also be something we consider moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So thanks again for all your guidance, feedback, colleagues. And of course, we as AB members also have a role in encouraging the highest possible participation in this survey. And let's see if we can get another big jump in the participation numbers. So we move on now to item 19. Yes, Victor, please take the floor.
Thank you. Thanks for the answer, Julia. I can see how an NDE respondent could address the question there, or if they wanted to volunteer that the cap isn't enough, but it's not really specific to the question of resources and what amount is adequate or necessary to. I'm just wondering, is this our only feedback loop for? I mean, I'm just concerned by the idea that people aren't making the requests for the $5,000 because it's just not enough to really do much. And so I'm wondering what other ways do we have to know?
That's well noted, Victor. I think as the Secretariat has noted, it's not their decision as to what the quantum is for logistical support. This is arising from a decision of the Advisory Board, and it's up to the Advisory Board in the future if it wishes to address that question. But we're at the point now where the Secretariat has given all the information that they have within their mandate, and no doubt these are questions that future meetings of the AB will address, but currently the Secretariat has provided its response, and I would hope that we can move on before too long.
Sorry to belabor the point. I understand the role of the Secretariat. It's not their decision, it's those of the AB. And what I'm asking, though, is the AB, some members are reluctant to increase it because they want to wait for more information. And the information comes to the Secretariat. So I'm asking, is this the only feedback mechanism we have to collect that information of is the $5,000 cap adequate, or is it insufficient for somebody even to bother to make a request? Not asking that we make a decision right now. I'm asking for a clarification. How are we going to assess if it's enough before we make a decision?
Thank you, Victor. So I think I can say that the survey is one way of conveying information on a whole range of activities related to NDEs. We have also heard, for example, on Friday and earlier today, reports from the NDE Fora, where NDEs, as well as conveying other messages, also expressed certain concerns, and that has been conveyed. So there are a number of avenues where information is conveyed to the Secretariat and indeed to the Advisory Board. So I suppose what I'm saying is that the survey is not the only means of conveying relevant information. But as said, we have discussed under this item the survey, and of course colleagues are free to take the floor, but I'm afraid that we are now at the point where we're also pressed for time. So thank you very much on that point, but the point is very well noted. So we do move on then to agenda item 19 and sub-item 19.1. So technical assistance, and the Secretariat will provide an overview of the current TA portfolio, including key activities. I'm not going to belabor the introduction because we are behind time, so I will throw back to Robinson, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And this presentation, the purpose of this presentation is to provide a status update on technical assistance portfolio and its implementation. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Is that better, Lydia? Okay. Thank you. How about that? Thank you. So we'll do this in two quick parts. One is the status of the portfolio, and that number two is on the responsiveness or the prioritization criteria. Now, we do recognize that some highlights of this presentation or the status of the portfolio have come up in the director's presentation. So where that came up, I will not belabor that. But first of all, let's look at the value of the CTCN TA portfolio. The numbers as they stand by region, these are the value of the TA categorized into different classes. Below 150K, 150 to 200, 200 to 250, like that. And the respective TAs per region. And so in total, we have about 35 projects currently under implementation in different stages. And I need to emphasize that this is at different stages of implementation. One TA could be starting up, another one could be nearing completion. The average value is about 121K. And the multi-country TAs, for example, the agrivoltaics TAs that has 4 countries in it, is counted as 1 TA. So the regional distribution of the value of TAs by region, we have the graph to the left. You can be able to read the axis will represent probably the numbers, but I also need to mention here that given the number by which you divide or the denominator to get the average, there should be some consideration if you want to get into the math, because for Eastern Europe, for example, we divide by 1. So it's just important to take note for purposes of being open. And the budget absorption by region, that's the representation, maybe Africa 54%, 26% for Asia Pacific. But you can also look at the relative value of the average TA in Africa compared to Asia Pacific and the LAC. Then the budget broken down into mitigation and adaptation sectors. The adaptation in blue, the mitigation in orange, the director tells me. And whether you call that cross-cutting or adaptation and mitigation. And then the sector by regions, you look at the corresponding color codes for each region and see the proportion of adaptation and mitigation value. So let's delve a little bit deeper into the summaries by region. Let's start by LAC. We have 6 TAs going on in the LAC region, 3 in WEF, 2 in business and industries, 1 in buildings and infrastructure. And that is the list. I don't expect you to study the list, but it is there for purposes of information. A little bit further, there are 2 TAs that have been completed during the reporting period. 3 TAs contracted in the last 6 months. The trends that we are seeing here is more requests on early warning systems, AI applications in water and agriculture sectors, and innovative technologies, soil restoration, circular economy. Those who have been around for some time, they do know that we have implemented TAs on circular economy in the LAC region. And then the needs assessment around NDC implementation in Panama and Suriname. We have a TA under contracting currently for Colombia forest fire management, and then Costa Rica mangroves that's coming up. Chile, AI management for the water sector, and we also have the TA for Cuba that's currently undergoing procurement. This is a portfolio for Africa. Sorry that the list is purposely for information. I don't intend that you're able to read, but we can provide the list if need be. The 20 TAs under implementation are different categories. And then we have also the different system transformation areas broken down in the numbers as shown on your screen. We have, in the recent past, closed Comoros, some TA in Chad and Mali. Then we have about 10 TAs contracted in the last 6 months. And the trends are as follows. We got some 3 requests recently from Botswana, one on energy service companies, which is getting prioritized. And then there's solar power for health facilities, and we don't have time to belabor the story. And then biogas production. We have under bidding a TA for ag insurance in Burundi, Ivory Coast, AI in agriculture, and in Sierra Leone, some TA on aquaculture zoning. We are considering under preparation, the SF6TA in Senegal, and also under preparation a TA in Ethiopia. So we have a mix of adaptation and mitigation requests coming in, but also we did hear from the NDE forum that is also consider pilot demonstrations are worth factoring into the TA implementation. In the Asia Pacific region, 8 TAs under various stages of implementation. This is the outlay as the table shows in Mongolia, Uzbekistan, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Papua New Guinea, Maldives, Fiji, and Cambodia. The titles are as shown, and then the system transformation areas broken down by numbers at the bottom of your screen. 2 TAs have been completed in the period, the reporting period, Nepal, and then Timor-Leste, and then three TAs are nearing completion, Papua New Guinea, Bangladesh, and Cambodia on green hydrogen. I think one coming up, Cambodia green hydrogen, which has started implementation in August 2025. And the trends coming up in requests on green hydrogen-based fertilizer production from Nepal, early warning systems in Vietnam and Laos, AI-related weather and agriculture, climate data in Tajikistan, water management in Cambodia, and then a potential multi-country TA for the Pacific region, covering Papua New Guinea and Fiji. In Eastern Europe, we are implementing one TA in North Macedonia on forest fire management system. I think that implementation is underway. We expect also to receive some requests also from the Eastern Europe region. Under the implementation of the prioritization criteria, which relates to one of the questions that Asha asked a while ago. So just for recollection, because this presentation on the prioritization criteria was made in the last AB, we have 1 to 8 criteria, and you can see what we have underlined on the screen. 1 aligned to CTCN's existing program of work. The request is aligned to the key themes of the technology framework, all the way down to the P8. And then we have the column on the status where we note whether this criteria is complied with and what basis is used to evaluate the validity of this criteria, whether we look at the quantitative or qualitative details with respect to this criteria. So this is just for recollection. But in subsequent slides, if I may just go back, as you can see on the status, and some of these criteria get complied with at the very early stages when we are screening these requests, because the NDE is already aware that these are some of the issues that would be considered. So I want to not belabor like P1, P2, maybe P8, but just provide some highlights on the rest of the criteria. So for example, after the last 1.5 years, the TA projects are implemented in SEEDS and the LDC regions. The numbers out of the 35, you can see the chart there, the LAC, Asia Pacific, and the Africa that comply with the LDC and the SEEDS, about 80%. The regional balance, again, this is like a normalized chart. The T is under preparation. The purple kind of color would be Asia Pacific, green is Africa, blue is Eastern Europe, and the LAC. So that would be what is under completed versus under preparation. And then, so that gives you a snapshot of what this, some of what the criteria refers to and what the regional balance outlay is like. But on to more substantive matter, what the criteria try to address, the distribution between seeds and LDCs versus others. The TAs under PrEP, you can see probably the criteria would be achieving what it intended to achieve if you look at what's under PrEP compared to what's completed. What CTCN is live to doing at the moment is also to proactively engage NDEs from countries that have not benefited or have not recently benefited from TAs in the recent past. We are currently engaging Tajikistan, Ethiopia, Venezuela, Bolivia, Haiti, Cuba, and Albania. Then the balance between the mitigation and adaptation, you can see that the chart there is self-explanatory. We do have a tilt towards adaptation. I think a factor that the director explained a little bit and might be also delved into in the next presentation. So the multi-country and stakeholder collaboration as a matter of criteria 6. So while we have no significant trend of countries submitting multi-country TA requests, we do also appreciate that we can proactively look at the kind of requests that are coming in, the geography, and probably be able to guide the countries on the opportunities that exist to be able to bundle together multi-country TAs. We could have examples, for example, on what's happening in the request from Papua New Guinea and Fiji, the one from Panama and Suriname, and the possibly some upcoming TAs in AFCIA2 program. In terms of P7, the coordination with the climate change focal points, financing and research of the private sector, this has been also spoken about in previous conversations. But we want to emphasize here that this conversation is important primarily for the first 3 points: replication within country or across the region, the efficient engagement of relevant network members, providing certain technologies. I think somebody mentioned yesterday that we need to look at the gap within the network membership of what technologies are not covered and be proactive towards being able to bring such network members onto the network. And then scaling up either thematically, geographically, or through investment models. I think the director spoke about the KCB experience in her presentation. So we have some examples here that I may not explain exhaustively, but they do enumerate or list what we are trying to address here all the way from Tanzania, green in Africa, Papua in LAC, and Asia Pacific below there. So what are the lessons learned? It's important to continue the awareness with NDEs so that as they propose the projects, they are also live to the criteria. Then we look at the targeted screening for LDC and seeds, which can also enhance uptake once you have created the awareness. And then we also look at balancing criteria outcomes. So this is important. Without going back to the slide on the prioritization criteria, but you do understand, like criteria 1 to 3, the requirements there might be satisfied simply by being able to sensitize the NDE. So as the request comes in, it has already satisfied that criteria. But then if you get several requests from either the same country or the region, then maybe the CTCN might be able to try and balance things by looking at what is more rational allocation of the resources at that stage. And then we also live to the possibility that what I just mentioned, some of these criteria have will be hit and achieved in 1 or 2 other screening processes. So probably being able to combine the synergistic outputs or outcomes of the criteria also helps to look at the broader picture. The reporting frequency here, the suggestion made for consideration, probably every 2 years might provide a much more apparent picture than probably reporting this every 6 months. Thank you very much, Chair, and back to you.
Thank you very much for that excellent report. So we move now to feedback, comments, first of all from members. So colleagues, the floor is open for any interventions. And I see Egypt first, please.
Thank you, Robinson. Actually, we need to clarify how the value of the TA, technical assistant, individually for one country and among multi countries. Sorry? To fix a number, for example, I see that there is availability of 300,000, till 300,000. So it could be 100,000, 150, as it's shown. Who, with the CTC, and who decided this figure of the amount budget? Yeah. The NDE from the beginning, from the application, or within the period of the requesting this application from the country or the multi-country. For example, the wildfire system that have been, for example, who decided the budget of this technical assistant for this matter? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Ringo constituency, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Hobson, for the presentation. And my question is very quick. I would like to ask regarding the main challenge of the mitigations TAs. We saw that there are more, the volume of adaptation TAs are higher than the mitigation ones, and also in the LAC region. If I saw it right, there is no mitigation, TA ongoing in the LAC region right now, and if those challenges are applied and for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Burkina Faso, please.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I would like to ask a question about the technical assistant amount. When we were in Africa Forum, NDE Forum, I hear about an amount which can be used for the pilot project, or is it just a suggestion? Is it possible that an amount from the TA should be used for pilot project? This is your favorite question. Thank you.
Thank you. And Belize, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to follow up on the comment made by my colleague from Ringo in terms of looking at the data that was just provided as it relates to the programmatic priorities or trends that we're seeing. Two things that stood out is the strong shift towards adaptation, so 55% of TAs. Just looking at it, one would think, okay, is this something that was a CTCN-led? Is it increasing demand from developing countries for resilient solutions? I think within the report itself, you highlighted that it stems to be a big part of the Adaptation Fund for Climate Innovation Accelerator, the AFCIA, as a means of why majority of these TAs were shifted towards the adaptation versus the mitigation. Again, shifting now to the regional concentration, where Africa dominated that demand by 68%. Again, it's highlighted within the report that a big part of that shift stems to that same program as well. in terms of you look at the balancing from a regional or geographical standpoint. So my question is, in terms of how do we ensure that geographical balancing of the TAs and the impacts that they have on the ground is ensured and not then stimulated by programmatic programs to ensure that the outputs is felt across both LDCs, SIDS, from a regional standpoint. No? Of course, we understand that these programs, they do come with their particular stipulations and criteria that needs to be met, but I'd just like to employ that maybe we'd have to look into that in terms of trying to ensure, though, that there is proper geographical distribution for impacts on the ground coming from TEs.
Right, thank you. So seeing no other requests for the floor, perhaps the Secretariat could respond, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief, and I will start with a question from Egypt. So the value of a TA for one country and for the multi-country, how is the value assessed, and the determination of the budget. So as you recall, in the process, there is space and time for creation of the response plan. The creation of the response plan stage is a stage where the NDE and probably also the beneficiary institution is very closely engaged by CTCN to try and scope the activities, and those activities also guide the costs in terms of how the budget is developed. So it's quite a structured process by procedure in terms of how those figures come about, but also the kind of like rules of what can be costed and what cannot be costed will come in, which are more of operational. But more specifically to the question about multi-country TA, so the multi-country TA, as much as it involves like several countries, let's take agrivoltaic as an example, which has DRC, Togo, Guinea, and Senegal, it's considered as one TA. So the response plan is developed as a one TA, the budgeting is done one TA, and the implementing partner will liaise with the 4 respective countries as if he is implementing one TA. So I hope that helps. So the question from Victor, more adaptation TAs, the number of mitigation TAs. So I think recollecting also the presentation made by the director and, okay, that was not yours. Sorry if I am confusing. That was Emily's question. Thank you. So following the trend also of the programs that CTCN has been implementing, like, you know, we have had AFCIA 1, we are now under AFCIA 2. So these programs have also a programmatic direction that is scoped right from the beginning. So there will be emphasis naturally on adaptation TAs, and that might explain some of the tilt of the numbers towards adaptation projects. But having said that, we also need to emphasize that these requests are country-driven. So it's not like CTCN to country push just because we have a program on AFCIA. It also has to be country to CTCN kind of request. The question around the amount for pilot project. So Hortense, this would be like the pilot is factored into also in the whole response plan. As you know, the response plan might feature some consultative elements, but some response plans also have, let me give an example of Liberia in the past, where project featured a full-scale sort of like pilot for implementing an agrivoltaic sort of arrangement, solar panels that can generate power and pump water. So that in itself gets built up into the budget and is not a separate sort of account. And then the question from Belize, I think I answered this a little bit on AFCIA 1 and AFCIA 2 arrangement. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robinson. So thank you, colleagues. Again, your feedback has been carefully noted, and we do turn now to the next sub-item, which is 19.2 on the Adaptation Fund Climate Innovation Accelerator. So here the Secretariat will provide an update on the conclusion of the first phase of AFCIA, highlighting achievements and lessons learned, and also progress since the launch of the second phase. We will also, I'm advised, hear directly from an implementing partner. So first of all, let us invite Nadej from the Secretariat for the presentation, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Welcome, everyone, distinguished Chair, distinguished Vice Chair, distinguished AB members and CTCN team. Thank you very much for the floor. So as already said, we're going to look at AFCIA 1, the lessons learned, and we will have a brief overview of the AFCIA 2 phase, the status of implementation. Can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So the AFCIA 1 project, which was a 5 million project funded by the Adaptation Fund and covered 25 projects globally, was closed in October 2025. An impact report was jointly developed with UNDP under 2 catalogs. The QR code that you can see can bring you to the UNEP CTCN version, but the UNDP version is also available directly on CTCN webpage. 6.8 million was invested into this program at the end, 5 million provided by the Adaptation Fund and 1.8 million provided as co-funding by the CTCN. The repartition of this funding by region can be seen in the draft. Next slide, please. Thank you. As I said, 25 projects were implemented under this program, and we divided these 25 projects into 3 main sectors. The first one was early warning system, under which we developed 9 projects globally. The second one was water management, under which we developed 6 projects globally. And the last one was food security, under which we developed 10 projects. The description or more details around the technology can be seen in the graph, along with the countries that benefited from each of these technologies. Next slide, please. We can confirm that the AFCIA 1 project benefited more than 2 million people directly. The number is estimated at 200, a little bit more than 200,000, and indirectly at 2 million people. 42% of these direct and indirect beneficiaries were women, and 20% were youth. Next slide, please. AFCIA 1 provided either a new, an improved, or strengthened early warning system to 947 municipalities. It trained more than 11,000 staff around different organizations, and it created 56 technical tools, guidelines, or training modules to support the technology deployment and the pilot. In terms of scale up and unlocking funding, AFCIA was successful in unlocking $17 million, and we can consider that 40% of the portfolio, the 10 projects out of the 25, already managed to leverage additional funding. Maybe to provide a little bit more details around these 10 projects and how the scale up of the leveraging of funding was secured. We identified 3 main different ways of upscaling funding from this AFSIA program. The first one would be through public funding, meaning that the CTCN, along with UNEP and the countries, develop together a concept note, in that case for the Adaptation Fund, and this program is funded by the Adaptation Fund, and then the concept move to full proposal, that's approved, and funding is unlocked. So this would be the case of Burundi and Maldives. We also have the case of Mongolia that could enter into this category. It doesn't follow the process of concept note and full proposal, but it managed to leverage additional funding from an Annex 1 country. Then the second category of that could be considered for upscaling or leveraging additional funding is through private sector, and in that case is directly through the implementing partner that are network members of the CTCN. In 3 cases, Sudan, Malawi, and Zambia, the implementing partner decided to co-fund a little bit more in terms of equipment and technology deployment, as they understood that with a little bit more that what the CTCN could offer, the impact of the project and the scale of the impact could be much bigger. So they directly invested their own budget and their own funds in order to ensure that this jump could be made. And then finally, we have 4 projects, Georgia, Ghana, Pakistan, and St. Kitts and Nevis, that managed to leverage additional funding from their own government, from their own host country, either post-implementation after the closure of a project or during implementation, as they considered that this additional funding will make the scale and the impact of a project even more relevant to them. Next slide, please. So what are the main lessons learned that we can extract from this AFSIA 1 program that was started in 2020 and ended in 2025? First, some lessons learned on innovation, and of course, we are very happy to see the tangible impact of doing pilots in developing countries. We discovered that these pilots enable to really increase the capacities of either the government when the project is implemented at governmental level or at community level. It always helps also to identify what are the challenges that we face while implementing this technology. So for example, in the case of governmental project, which would be an early warning system, for example, we can very easily, while we develop the pilot, identify potential limitation when it comes to data quality and quantity, and find solutions on how to solve these bridges. When it comes to locally led adaptation, sometimes the limitation is on maintenance and business model that will ensure the sustainability of the technology, and working with either the government or the locally led communities in really deploying the technology helps to identify both the tangible impacts and the challenges, and work more efficiently on these challenges. When it comes to the empowerment of women and the importance of having youth involved in these programs, one of the lessons learned we have identified is that youth and women are a real actor of change, and they should be involved not only during implementation and during the trainings of the technology and pilots, but we should really try to onboard women and youth at design stage so that they can really get involved, get ownership from the project, because we have seen that in most of the cases where the project was successful, we had a big support and a big push from these women and youth, and that really helped the acceptation and the change at community level. A last maybe lessons learned on replicability and scalability. We believe that multi-stage funding is needed sometimes, and because AFSIA was also focusing on NDCs and SIDS, but sometimes the technology is too immature, or the readiness of a country is not strong enough to attract private funding. but it can always attract public funding. And sometimes we need different scale and different kind of funding in order to ensure this long-term impact and long-term sustainability. Blended finance seems also to be quite key when it comes to upscaling this project. And if we want to attract private sector, we believe that it's important to have this private sector onboarded at design stage so that they can really understand what is there for them. Why should they get involved? What will they get from it? And it will also help to identify the enabling environment that need to be built and the NSI, how to anchor this technology, this private sector into the national system of innovation. Next slide, please. So what are the key challenges and the key gaps that we have seen, that we have identified, and that we will try to address with AFSIA 2? First, it's a fragmented market. There are many small programs, many small-scale projects that are implemented in adaptation, and sometimes there's a lack of cooperation, collaboration, visibility, transparency between all these small scale initiatives. So it's a fragmented market. Another challenge that we see is that sometimes these small-scale pilots on innovation and adaptation are developed a bit in silos because of this lack of coordination as well, which makes it even more difficult the capacity and the possibility to upscale and to replicate. Another aspect that we have identified is in terms of knowledge and learning. Monitoring adaptation is by definition complex because the impact of adaptation project can be seen a couple of years after the implementation of the technologies or innovation, and we work in a very short timeline. How projects are in average 15 to 18 months. So how do we bridge this gap of very short-term implementation and adaptation that has an impact on the long term, and maybe this post-implementation mandate that the CTCN is now engaging with is going to help and support this monitoring at long-term and better evidence of the project. But we also believe that the global goal for adaptation that were approved in Belém are also extremely helpful. And the Adaptation Fund has also in parallel reviewed its framework when it comes to monitoring and evaluation, which we will obviously follow for AFSIA 2. But we also hope to empower the team, the steering committee, in understanding the benefits and the value of generating this evidence, of monitoring this project. And we will work as the steering committee and the steering committee in developing indicators that would make sense not only to the Adaptation Fund and to UN agencies, but also to the government and directly to the community that benefits from the country. In terms of recommendations to mitigate these challenges, what we can see is that clusters might be considered, and as we said, maybe possibility to replicate or to work to scale up, to grow the projects directly from one country. So for example, in the case of Burundi, under AFSIA 1, we developed the Slam Dam project, which was quite successful. And that will leverage money through the Adaptation Fund, $5 million for a funding proposal that is currently under clearance. And then in the AFSIA 2, we would like to continue working with Burundi, working with this community that we have engaged with during AFSIA 1, so that we can build on what was initiated and add layers to it in order to reach a final business model that would make sense and that would be replicable to other regions of the country, but as well maybe would become maybe bankable projects in which the private sector will be happy to jump in because they will see that all the step has been taken and that the different layers that has been added across the years could very support the systemic change, either at community or country level. So we have this notion of working with the same country, maybe with the same communities, and adding projects that will increase the resilience until reaching the full loop. And we have also this idea of cluster thinking, working on projects that will be similar. For example, insurances projects that are becoming quite popular at the moment from countries. We are receiving more and more requests from countries interested in climate change / agriculture insurance products. So maybe we could have a cluster with different insurance projects implemented in different regions, different countries, and learn from these experiences and create the community of practice where the grantees and they are implementing partners and the NGEs can also learn from one country to the other. So this is a bit the approach that we are starting to take. When it comes to the National System of Innovation and the limited pathways and the scale up as well, we believe that the earliest the stakeholders are involved, the highest the chance to leverage money. So what we are trying to do under AFCIA2 now is to make a very deep, very clear, very wide mapping the ecosystem at design stage. So understanding really who else is working on this specific sector, on this specific region. Should it be MDBs or should it be private investors or should it be other UN agencies, but really mapping who else is doing something similar, something related, something complementary to what the country has requested the CTCN to support them with and connect with them in order to understand really how can we build a technical assistance that will come as a layer again of something that has already been initiated and just come up as to strengthen an initiative that has been initiated, and also think about financial sustainability. What is going to happen when my TA closes? Do I have already identified a potential financial investor? Do I have identified potential bigger initiative, bigger program to which I could be affiliated? What is going to happen if it is a governmental product then that is not supposed to generate revenues? Then who else, what ministry is going to open a budget line to support this platform of this project? And if it is a technology or product that can be can generate revenues, how are these generated revenues going to be generated, and who are our partners in terms of finance or could be interested to come in and support us in building this sustainability? So really including the partners as much as possible from the design stage. So of course, the design stage takes longer, but we believe that if we have a very strong process at design stage, the ownership will be bigger and the success of the project will also be stronger, even in the long term, in the sustainability perspective. When it comes to geographical balance, and I see that we moved to the slide of AFCIA2, so for the moment, we have 15 initiatives at December 2025, 31st of December 2025, we had 15 initiatives that has been pre-selected under AFCIA2, 79% at LDCs, because AFCIA has a focus on LDC and seeds, 65% in Africa, 20% in Asia, and 50% in LAC. And here to come back to the comment of geographical balance, it's a big concern because we see the request, because Africa has a high number of LDC and because Africa has always engaged very much with the CTCN, we receive a large number of requests coming from Africa countries. So, but it's one of the objectives that we have to maintain this geographical balance. So what we are thinking at the moment is to create call for proposals for LAC and call for proposal for Asia and the Pacific, targeted these two regions in order to attract more strong and eligible requests when it comes to AFCIA2, because we would like to have a more geographical balance portfolio. When it comes to the sectors that are being addressed by the 15 initiative received in December 2025, they are on water, energy, and food. Of course, this is an adaptation portfolio, but we also have received requests on building and infrastructure, some requests on energy system, and some requests on business and industry. When I put business and industry, because maybe it can raise questions how business and industry can be adaptation projects. These are mainly considered as incubators. So, for example, Robinson already mentioned a project in Tanzania where we are creating an innovation center with the government. This will be considered as business. Such as, and in terms of energy system, one of the projects, to give an example, is the Senegal project, where we are looking at the feasibility of implementing solar floating panels in order to support a community of women to dry fish. And so far, they dry fish using wood, which of course has bad impact on the environment and on their resilience. So we are trying to see whether incorporating solar energy, floating solar energy to this community could help increase the resilience of these ladies, right? Decreasing the greenhouse gas emissions. So it would be a cross-cutting project. I think I'm done, and I'm very happy to take questions, if any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nadej. I understand we have an additional presenter, Utem, I believe. So Utem, if you're online, you're very welcome to take the floor.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So, good morning, everyone. So, Nage, will you be presenting the PPT? Hello? Yes. So, good morning, everyone. This is a very innovative initiative has been taken in Nepal. As we know, Nepal has been recognized as one of the most climate vulnerable countries due to its complex topography, fragile ecosystem, and over the past few decades, climate-induced hazards such as drought, flood, storm has become increasingly frequent and severe in this mountainous region due to changing in precipitation pattern, rise in temperature, and due to which the sector, which is widely viewed as one of the most climate sensitive sector under the climate change scenarios, due to its strong dependence of weather and climatic condition, and which poses significant risks to the agricultural productivity, farmers' livelihood, and overall food system stability in this country. So hence, there was a need to introduce an appropriate climate resilient adaptation measures to strengthen the resilience and long-term sustainability of the agricultural system in the context of, ongoing climate change. So within this context, the implementation of the improved climate information service, which represents one of the critical adaptation strategy for enhancing climate resilient agricultural system in Nepal, and that was the objective of this technical assistance. But there were some challenges in the country while implementing this TA, like there was very weak infrastructure in the country, relatively low accuracy level of Nepal Met Department forecast product, and that hinders little bit implementation and expansion of this ICT-based solution across the country. Next slide, please. So, what is the solution? So, solution is to develop an fully automated end-to-end digital platform to deliver timely and localized digital climate, weather, and agricultural advisory. And the beauty of this platform, there is a no manual intervention required to generate the advisory and to simultaneously to transmit this advisory to the farming community. And through this technology, the farming community can improve the decision making like when to sow, when to irrigate, when to apply fertilizer, when to apply pesticide. So through this digital technology, farmers can improve their operational activity on the ground. And this technology has been implemented by incorporating multi-channel dissemination mechanism like SMS, that is the primary and most accessible, dissemination mechanism. Why? Because in the rural area, I visited extensively in the rural area. Most of the farmers, they are still using the normal phone. They very, particularly the young generation, they have the smartphone, but most of the farmers, still they are using the very basic phone. So SMS is the primary access, but there are few farmers, they started using the smartphone. So through this technology, the advisory is being sent to the WhatsApp, email, as well as web portal to the farming community. As I mentioned in the challenge, the accuracy level of the Nepal Meteorological Department generated weather forecast is not, up to the mark. Sometime, this Met department itself, they feel afraid to share this forecast in generated forecast among the community. So what we did, we applied a bias correction mechanism. There are multiple bias correction mechanisms. So we did the trial and error. So which one is the best to correct the Nepal Met Department generated weather forecast, rainfall, temperature, humidity to improve the accuracy level, and that worked very well in this assignment. Next, please. So what is the benefit? And through this technology, we did the piloting at the 3 pilot site identified by the NDE and the other relevant stakeholders at the 3 different locations. We piloted. For about 5 months, we did the testing of this application, and during the piloting, our team used to randomly, interact with the farmers who have been receiving this agrometeorological advisory, and they were very excited, and that as per them, they were very beneficial, to improve their operational activity in their farming practices. And in the long term, it will definitely enhance the climate resilience. And if it improves the climate resilience, then automatically their productivity will be improved, and ultimately a informed decision-making system can be developed by the farming communities. So what is the next step? So next step during the implementation, what we observed that there is one weakness challenge is the weak IT technology. Another challenge is the weak weather forecast information, what Nepal Agromet Department generates. And another, there is just one challenge, to connect all the relevant stakeholder at one platform. So those challenges we tried a lot to minimize. And as a next step, this solution, because since we did the piloting only, so scaling this solution across the vulnerable mountainous region, and the improve the weather forecast reliability of the DHM, that is Department of Hydrology and Meteorology of Nepal. So we even did some training for DHM staff how to improve their forecast output, and then definitely there should be one system in place to improve the IT infrastructure, and how to diversify of this dissemination mechanism and ensure long-term financial sustainability through integrating API operational cost into the government budget. That also we provided the recommendation from this project. So this is a very brief presentation on this DA that we implemented in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's a fascinating presentation, and we now open the floor to members who wish to reflect on the AFCSIA work. So the floor is open, and we await requests for the floor. Egypt, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the two presentations. Actually, I have a question. The first presentation with Nagadi, the slide 12. This is a new project will be implemented through AFCSIA, and the partner, they are suggested, or it will be like agreed with to be implemented for scalability of the initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sweden, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for that excellent presentation. I have no question, but just positive feedback. I think AFCSIA 1 has truly been a success story, and want to congratulate the CTCN, UNEP, and the Adaptation Fund and everyone involved for this great accomplishment, and look forward to see what AFCSIA 2 can bring about and build upon what AFCSIA 1 already did. And I also want to highlight, I can't recall the exact percentage share, but in the presentation it was mentioned that a large proportion of the initiatives that were scaled up from AFCSIA 1 took place in LDCs, so that goes to show that the CTCN has truly done what it's supposed to do to serve underserved countries. So great accomplishment. Looking forward to see what AFCSIA 2 can do. Thanks.
Thank you. And next online is the EU, please.
Thank you, Chair, and many thanks to Nadej and Tim for their presentation. Also note this early morning for Nadej as well, so greatly appreciated. Fully agree with the points raised by Erland that AFCSIA is indeed a success story for the CTCN, not only in terms of its technical assistance projects, but also that it's a step towards mobilizing additional sources of finance for the CTCN through the Adaptation Fund, that ultimately the funding from the Adaptation Fund is still coming from developed country donors, and that 15 out of the 25 parties that are contributing to the Adaptation Fund are from the EU and its member states, but still the list of donors to the Adaptation Fund is broader than that of the CTCN, so indirectly it does bring in new sources of funding and new donors to activities of the CTCN, so that's good to see. I also particularly welcome Nadej's slide on challenges and gaps in terms of multiple funders and programs and the risk of duplication and limited visibility. So definitely good lessons learned there for future programs and the activities of the CTCN, because this is ultimately about how to make the support to developing countries the most efficient possible. I have one question to Nadej on your final slide. I think it was you mentioned the post-implementation partners that had been identified. including for energy systems. And there you had mentioned perhaps the role of EU delegations, which I think is really positive and good to see that the EU will be involved in that post-implementation. Could you elaborate maybe more on what countries that is? And from our side, we're of course very happy to be in the loop and involved on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Burkina Faso, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. I would like to start by thanking the those who presented, mainly Nadej, because for this time she reduced she talked less fast than usual. So I was able to understand what she was saying. My question is about when she said that the private sector can be involved to complete the adaptation fund of different projects. She took example of some countries. I would like to know when, for example, if Burkina Faso has this kind of project, we need to design the project and get in touch with private sector before CTCN or before the AFCIA or AFCIA before the private sector. And she also talked about the low data and the quality data in some countries, mainly LDC and CIT. This is a very big issues in our countries. The second question is for our brothers from Nepal. I would like to know how they deal with this issue of low data, because he showed that their future step will be weather forecasting. And for that, we need a quality data and also at least 30-year data. How are they going to deal with this issue of low data and quality data? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Canada, please.
Yes, thank you very much. First, I'd like to also thank Nadej for that wonderful FCA presentation and agree with previous comments that this is such a wonderful model for what CTCN can do and for the future. And it really, really does show that the CTCN can punch well above its weight, small organization leading to big results and leveraging significant funds. So thank you for that and look forward to the future. I'd also like to address the Nepal presentation and say that that was an excellent presentation, very detailed and really helps understand the impact that this kind of work can have. My main point, though, is to make a connection to Friday when we saw a video about this project. I believe it was the same project. And just to congratulate the CTCN on the impact of these videos, because seeing this video on Friday really helped set the stage for this presentation. It added a lot of context and color and really helped understand this presentation even better. And so I just wanted to take the opportunity to underscore how these videos are so valuable. And while the main audience for these videos, of course, is external stakeholders, but you showing them to us at the board really does help us grasp things very well. I don't have a specific question, but I am actually very interested in the answer to Traore's question on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The tech chair, please, Pedro.
Thank you very much. I'd like to commend both presenters for the excellent presentations. It seems there's a lot of curiosity with regards to the last slide of Nadej's presentation. So building on Lydia's question on that column regarding possible partners or partners for scaling up, I would also like to understand a bit the rationale for identifying those partners. Is it the specific financing instrument they provide, the volume of resources they can mobilize? So if you can elaborate a bit more about the selection criteria for those possible partners. I would be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any observers who wish to intervene? So thank you. So we go back to the Secretariat and please, yes ma'am, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity, Chair, and the presenters for the good work. Mine is a quick one. Nepal is a good case for us all to learn from. And my question is, what were the obstacles that they encountered during the implementation, and how did they overcome them? And given the opportunity to replicate the project, what would they do different for us to learn? Thank you.
Thank you. So we go back to Nadej now, and please do be as brief as you can, Nadej. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all these positive feedbacks. May I please ask to have slide 12 back on the screen, please, Anna, so that we can go back to that. This will address Mr. Da Silva as well as Lydia's comment. I'm sorry, Dr. Da Silva, that it's the second time in 2 months that you see this presentation, so I hope it wasn't too boring. Now the slide 12, please, Anna. When it comes to the sustainable partners that are described in these slides, these are partners that are already identified. So we have already talked to them, and we have already discussed how are they going to scale up, provide co-funding, or influence our projects. So in the slide, we can see, for example, Women's Bank listed at first, and this is related to the project in Burundi around irrigation that we are having. So as I said in my cluster description, we want to work in the same country, same community, and just build on what we have initiated, when it is, of course, success stories, when we have what we have initiated under AFCA1. So under the same region, same community, we have selected a collectivity of farmers, of 750 farmers, in order to see what would be the irrigation solutions that could work for this collectivity. And then we talked to Women's Bank, and Women's Bank agreed to provide additional funding in order to replicate the same structure that we have in the response plan, in order to do it with women's cooperative. So the money is not going to go directly into our project, but it's going to move to a women's cooperative in order to do the same scheme and try to extract lessons learned. So this is what we are going to do with the Women's Bank in Burundi. With IFD and World Bank, this is the two are related to a project we have in Liberia, on which we are working on rain gardens and how rain gardens can limit the floods in 2 cities of Liberia. And when the CTCN published the bidding for this project, IFD and World Bank actually contacted me to say, okay, look, we are having very similar projects in the same exact locations. So we should try to find a way where, again, where we build on what the other is doing. And what we agreed is that CTCN will mainly focus on the analysis and identification and prioritization and stakeholder consultation with the communities to see what type of rain garden for flood should be prioritized for each of these 2 cities. And we will select 3 for each city, so a total of 6 possible solutions that should be deployed. We will deploy at very small scale 3 out of the 6, and then we agreed that the World Bank will come and do additional and scaled up implementation with their project, and the IFD will come at the end because of our respective timeline in order to increase capacity around these pilots. So this is the way we have structured our different projects. When it comes to the EU delegation, and going to the question from Christopher, this is in Senegal. We have a chance to have 2 projects currently ongoing in Senegal, one through the ICS program, which is going to be presented next, and one through AFSIA, and the two are related to energy system. The first one is on agrivoltaic, and the second one is on floating solar panels. So we managed to, and because the first one, ICS, is funded by the EU, we already had this connection with the EU, and we benefited from this connection with the EU in order to see what was the perspective that could be offered on both projects. And it comes out that ANER, which is the national agency for renewable energy in Senegal, is working currently with the EU in the formulation of a project for a solar farm. And we are discussing with them the possibility to include within this big proposal a small pilot for how floating solar farm to support this woman, as I mentioned, this woman that need to drive a fish and do it through wood for the moment. Of course, all depends on the results of the feasibility analysis. But should the feasibility analysis be successful, we are talking with the EU on the possibility to integrate this small pilot within a bigger program. So this is what we would like to do in each AFSIA 2 projects, is to really have a clear way of how could the sustainability be built on from the very design stage and involved partners, including financial institutions at design stage, so that we can really customize the response plan according to the needs of these different partners. In the case of Zimbabwe, for example, which is a project that came later on this year, so it's not presented here, but we received a letter of intent from the national private institution because they wanted to understand they are willing to invest further, but they need to see that this is a bankable project. So we have them as a project proponent, they signed the response plan, they are part of the steering committee, and they will drive us towards their criteria that will help them to identify this solution as a bankable project so that we can really provide the responses and the justification and the description and explanation of why this is a bankable project. So we work as partners to reach the same goal. And this is what we would like to see for all AFSIA 2 projects is a better sustainability and involving the financial institutions at very, very, very early stage, including private sector. So I hope this clarifies, Lydia. Thank you very much, Erland. Just the percentage of LDCs towards AFSIA was 52%, but when it comes to scale up, it's almost 80% of the LDCs that managed to leverage, like out of the 40%. 80% of LDCs.
Nadesh, thank you for that clarification. If you have any other points, please wrap up very briefly.
Okay. Just Burkina Faso, the private sector, you don't need to come up with already everything cleared when you have a request. If the request has a very strong adaptation rationale and innovation rationale, then the CTCN team can also support in building the financial sustainability and making sure that the project is anchorable into NSI, which are the four pillars that we will look at under AFSIA 2. So you don't need to know everything. You can, if you have a good idea, which is strong, in the case of AFSIA, adaptation rationale and a strong innovation rationale, then we can work with you and your team to look at the rest. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So there was also a question, the final question to Mr. Singh about challenges encountered during the project. If you could reflect very briefly on that, sir, that would be very much appreciated.
Yes. So definitely while implementing this assignment, there were some challenges, like the challenge that I mentioned, that the weather forecast, they were not confident on the weather forecast that DHM is generating. So we resolved these challenges through the implementation of the bias correction approach. There are different bias correction approach like quantile, linear scaling, nearest neighbor. So we tried the different techniques to correct the bias correction, and the output was, reality very robust, more than 90% accuracy level will be implemented a bias correction approach to correct the weather forecast data generated by the Nepal Meteorological Department. So this is the one challenges. Second challenge was IT infrastructure in the rural area is really very big. So for that, definitely government, we have recommended government should come forward to improve the IT infrastructure in the rural area. Like one of the suggestion, and that has been taken very, seriously among the government to how to subsidize the smartphone for the farming communities. Although there is a networking, but due to the financial crunch, they are not able to buy the smartphone, and resulting the other initiative that has been also implemented in the rural area is not able to utilize properly. So this is the two challenges, major challenges that we faced. The third challenge that was not a major challenge, that is the coordination among the different stakeholders like agricultural department, meteorological department, and the IT department. Currently they are working in silo. So that we need to connect. They should work together, and in order to make it successful, this kind of initiative, they need to work together. They should join hand together. So that also during the implementation, we tried our level best to connect all these stakeholders together. That's why we could, implement this kind of initiative successfully. Regarding one question, that was the how to improve the scattered data, that is the data scarcity, particularly the weather scarcity. So that we did using the mix of the Nepal Met Department data and the ECMWF, European Center for Weather Forecast, ERA 5 data. So that is now, this is the data quality is very good of this ECMWF ERA 5 data. So we mixed this DHM data and the ECMWF ERA 5 data to resolve this data scarcity while implementing this project.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Singh, for that response, which is very helpful. Thank you to Nadej also, and to all the commentators, all the people who contributed to this discussion. So with that, colleagues, the AB has welcomed the successful conclusion of AFSCIA 1 and heard the progress on AFSCIA 2. A consequence of our very rich discussion this morning is that we are well behind time, so we are obliged to shorten lunch. We will break for lunch. Please be back at 40 minutes past 1:40, and we'll continue our agenda then. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Hope you had a nutritious lunch and are well rested and prepared for a busy afternoon. So a few housekeeping matters first. We put out an invitation last night for interest to join a CTCN dinner, and I think we had about a dozen or 15 or so respond. So the Secretariat has organised a table or two for us tonight at Ora Pizzeria, an Italian restaurant that is right opposite the Holiday Inn, if you know where that is. So you come out of the Holiday Inn where the subway entrance is, and if you're looking at the subway entrance, the pizza restaurant is behind you on the left. So that is tonight, 6:30 p.m, and we would all love to see you there, or at least those of you who have acknowledged coming. And it will be standard pizza and pasta Italian food, which the Koreans seem to do foreign food very well, so it should be quite nice. I look forward to seeing you all there. So with that, we now want to introduce a new incoming member of the advisory board. And this is a representative for the Asia Pacific constituency, and it is Ms. Noor Al-Kafa, and she, I believe, is online joining us today. And Noor, if you wouldn't mind just turning your mic on and saying hello and maybe giving yourself a small introduction, a sentence or two, and greet the people in the room here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Christian. Hello, everyone. I hope you can all hear and see me okay. I know it's a little bit dark. My name is Noor Al-Qafas. I represent Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the UNFCCC process, mainly on means of implementation agenda items. So I've been following technology last year. Have the honor to be interested with this privilege of representing the Asia Pacific group and representing non-Annex 1 seat here at the CTCN. I also want to thank the Secretariat for their hard work in allowing me to join this on the second and third day. It was really, I think I pestered them, but I'm grateful that they allowed me to come in at least throughout this short period of time. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you, Noor, and you are very welcome to join the advisory board. We're glad to have you on board, and I think the Secretariat was very impressed with how quickly that the Saudi delegation was able to get you embedded with us, so welcome. Now, moving on to the business of the afternoon, we're going to commence our afternoon session with sub-agenda item 19.3 on the European Commission's funded Innovative Climate Solutions Programme. Under this item, the Secretariat will provide an update of the implementation of the programme, including progress across the 8 pilot projects currently underway. The presentation will highlight the overall implementation status, the observed impacts and key lessons learned to date, as well as implications for future programming of the Climate Technology Centre and Network, including opportunities for replication and scaling. Following this part, the Secretariat will also introduce an implementing partner who will present on the Maldives project, which is part of the ICS programme portfolio, and share insights from the implementation on the ground. With that, I invite Robinson from the Secretariat to introduce this item, which will be followed by a presentation from the implementing partner, Rahul Bagdia, Chairman and Managing Director at P-Manifold Business Solutions. Robinson and Rahul, please, you have the floor.
So thank you very much, Chair. I will go straight to the presentation on the ICS program. And thanks to the funding support from the European Commission, we want to be very appreciative right from the start of this presentation. But in terms of the portfolio, if we provide a background, here is what we have. Like the objective here is to connect innovative climate solutions to countries' needs for transformative and inclusive climate action. And if we break down the numbers, we have these being implemented across 3 continents or 3 regions, if you like. We have like 2.1 million US dollars, approximately 2 million euro, which is a grant to CTCN by the European Commission. Thank you very much. And this is running for approximately 3 years, from January 2024 to December 2026, as it is. But we shall mention rider to that in subsequent slides. And then we have programmed these to 80 projects that span 10 countries. And so the breakdown of the project portfolio is roughly like adaptation projects 3, mitigation projects about 4, and 1 cross-cutting project. We started this, like I mentioned, in January around 2024. And here is the snapshot of the procurement progress in time, because that's where things really start. But before that, the Secretariat does quite a lot of work in terms of the sourcing for projects and conceptualization. My colleague Nadej was doing that bit prior to my coming on board. And so we really recognize that. But in a snapshot, in 2024, we brought on board 1 project for Kenya. I was looking at the SF6. And then we proceeded to contract in 2025 the agrivoltaics project, 2 cement decarbonization projects, 1 on aquaponics and NSI in Mozambique, and the green hydrogen project in Maldives, which one of the IP will present a little bit in more detail later. We still have 1 more to be finalized on the contractual processes about the forest fire management in Colombia. So I will mention briefly that we are working on a UN-to-UN agreement with regard to this particular project. And we are very optimistic that in the coming 1 month, like in May, we should be done with that process. And of course, the country outlay is also provided here. That's Togo, Senegal, DRC, Guinea for agrivoltaics, Senegal and Zimbabwe for cement decarbonization, and the Peru for the aquaponics, Mozambique for the NSI project, and Maldives for the green hydrogen project. I mentioned that because in subsequent slides, I'll just take a snapshot of a few projects to highlight the SF6 project and agrivoltaics project. And then I will skip Senegal, Zimbabwe, I will go to Peru, and I'll leave Maldives because the IP will do that. So very briefly, the intention of the Kenya project was to establish an enabling environment for SF6 technology or sulfur hexafluoride technology uptake and phase out in Kenya. This contracted in June 2024. This project has since been closed, and the outputs are as underlined on the screen, which is basically the national SF6 inventory, safe management guidelines, and technology landscape review reports in the draft national SF6 roadmap, and potential pilot projects have all been finalized and submitted to the Kenya government. This potential for scaling, which the team is looking into in collaboration with the UNEP Finance Unit and also the Kenya government, which is potentially, we have a proposal submitted to, not potentially, there is a proposal submitted to the MAF Mitigation Action Facility that's getting consideration. These are snapshots of the reports that have been shared with the Kenya government. This is an example of the multi-country project that we talked about earlier, but this is involving Togo, Senegal, DRC, and Guinea. The title of the project, as is on the screen, on the feasibility of pilot agrivoltaic technology in West Africa countries and Central Africa. And basically, it's on the use of solar power to support power generation, but also agriculture activities. I have scoped the pilot project models on the screen, which scale from very small scale, like market gardening, to more like semi-commercial projects, agricultural development zones, shade-grown crops like coffee, and even restoration for degraded land. So you can visualize that in terms of ecology and scale to see how that progression is looking like. And the team here is also nearing completion. They had a workshop. That was a closure workshop when we had last day, just after Africa NDE Forum. These are the kind of products that when you read their detailed output reports or deliverable reports, they have identified like what would be the zones that are viable for agrivoltaics projects in Togo, Senegal, DRC, and Guinea. So those reports are much more detailed than this screen can contain. So I do hope that when they are available for sharing, they will be available for anyone who would want to read. And the next steps for this, of course, they will finalize the reporting and the subsequent activities. Of course, I did mention that they had a final workshop just after the NDE Forum. The scaling potential for this one, of course, exists, but we will wait for the finalization of the reports to see what the IP says in collaboration with the countries. This is Asia, which I did mention about the Maldives project. So I will leave this for the IP to go into the details because the IP is online. Just after my talk, the IP will take the floor. And then an example in LAC, the feasibility to develop aquaponics facility in Peru, basically to conduct a feasibility assessment of the use of aquaponics in semi-enclosed and protected environment designs for growing crops, but also improvement of water quality facilities. So the outputs are as outlined here. I don't want to belabor them, but the project has kicked off. That's important to note. The preliminary expected deliverables in terms of the stakeholder mapping, baseline diagnosis and field visits have been done. We have market analysis. Just to mention, overall, this project is also on course, and we expect closure to be on schedule. We have a component on communication, and just to mention that we have identified some of the comms products that we are working on towards finalization of this project. We anticipate, like we are continuing to gather material from the deliverables that are being generated from the 8 projects. On 7 decarbonization, we have the description on the screen. And then SF6 also, we intend to do collaborative reports on regulatory best practices for SF6 management and phase out. And then other assets like we had outlined in the project document, technology and project fact sheets, a dashboard that will feature the analytics. And then, of course, we have also launched an SF6 Transition Community Hub, which is online. And we are also working on the possibility of a video for one of the projects. So the progress so far is, of course, I mentioned about the Knowledge Hub webpage, the concept note for the SF6 Transition Community, which we developed, and also developed the page, which is featured on the screen. We will be working, or rather we have worked with the partners who are on the screen. And we are also considering talks with the GIZ and World Bank to coordinate on a joint SF6 program. This is rather preliminary, but if it develops to something substantial, we'll share that in subsequent meetings. As I wind up here, the lessons learned, basically from what we are seeing on the SF6 project and probably also the agrivoltaics project, it's important to think about the scaling up potential, the initial design of the projects, and of course, keep the partnerships open. One route, of course, when we are under UNEP is to also engage other agencies within UNEP for potential collaborations. Then the government buy-in, nothing moves if you're not really talking to government, so that's key and it's important. And then, of course, advocate for policy and regulatory changes. If some of these achievements made by the TAs like the SF6 are not concurrent with the policy and regulatory changes that are assimilable within government, then scale up also becomes a little bit difficult. Engagement with other financing teams and or partners, that also would be key. Thank you very much. I hope the chair will guide or the secretariat on to bring on board the IP. Thank you.
Thank you, Robinson, for those your insightful presentation. And now I believe we have Rahul online, who is going to present on the Maldives project.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this great opportunity. Okay, the colleague is sharing the presentation. So thanks to CTCN for this great opportunity of allowing P-Manifold to work in Maldives for developing a feasibility study for green hydrogen for an island country. Next, please. Maldives, very beautiful country, some 1,200 islands in a very small, scarce land area. In addition to the beauty, the island fragmentation creates problem with the grids. Only the Greater Malé area has a centralized grid between 4+ islands. Rest all other islands are served by microgrids. 92% of the electricity that is getting supplied in the country today is supported through diesel genset. 6% is renewable. All the transportation other than small EV penetration in e-buses and 2 bikes is also all on diesel. So between electricity power generation and transport where marine is having a high share, followed by aviation and then road transport, is contributing some 2.4 million tons of GHG on an annual basis. And as per their NDC 3.0, revised in year 2024, the country is targeting to abate some 1.5 million reductions. By our estimations and feasibility carried out, we believe that green hydrogen has potential to contribute some 6.9% GHG reductions by 2035 by its committed thing. The green hydrogen adds a lot of other benefits. It is fairly replaceable of diesel gensets used in remote islands through fuel cell approach. So fairly reliable from that perspective. It helps bring country independence and energy security. Current GDP contribution from fuel import is forming almost 13% of country. And in addition to that, there is a high subsidy that goes into the power generation. So it helps free country from those high costs plus security. And country is already, because of scattered island, is using a hub and spoke model for all its energy needs. Major port cities have infrastructure and then ship is used to transport. So green hydrogen can leverage that kind of a transport and hub spoke model for deeper decarbonization. Next, please. In this project, we started in September and plan to run through September of this year. The first three parts, we have finished the baselining. There was a mission visit where we carried out the feasibility study. I will present the feasibility study results today. So that part is completed. And now we are working on the step 3, where we are looking into the policy framework. And we are also putting up a GCF project proposal. The country, basis to feasibility results, remain keen to go forward with a GCF proposal of size of $200 million plus. So that is what something we will be coming up in discussion and consultation with the country. It concludes with a deeper capacity building amongst the stakeholders. Thank you. Next, please. Yeah, so these 3 phases are the completed part and ongoing. Now, with green hydrogen, there are some challenges that needs to be mitigated. I just want to very briefly take up through those challenges. The country has seen some 68 megawatt of solar adoption through both utility scale plants and remote grids. And the operationalization of these plants is still coming as a challenge between the corrosive environment of the island countries. So country has to upscale its renewable plant. Thus, the scarcity of the land is also being looked upon, and ocean is to be used for floating solar and other options. The current cost of green hydrogen feasibility study is also high, but we don't need to meet the international standards on this green hydrogen pricing. But it will be important that how with that high price of green hydrogen, does it still remain viable for the applications in power, in marine and others? So that is a good scenario where green hydrogen, even with higher cost compared to world, makes sense for Maldives because of its very high energy cost today. Institutional capacity definitely needs to be built up. Even with the current solar scale up, the country is facing problem of capacity to really operationalize solar. We are estimating some $485 million investments in proposed green hydrogen plant till 2035. So this extra financing, in addition to country's current grid infrastructure upgrade, is something that also the country will need to be working around. And green hydrogen uptake will also require a more integrated energy policy landscape and decarbonization in the country. Country already has a renewable e-mobility targets, so an integrated energy framework through this project will really help right points. Next, please. Now coming to the key findings of the study. As I said that the country is fairly fragmented. So we took an approach of looking into the outer grid islands, which are supported entirely by small DG gensets. So rate of the hydrogen silence, and we carry a concept where it can be decentralized at a island level through using fuel cells as a replacement of diesel. The current cost for production of hydrogen will be around $10, but without subsidy in 2030, it can go as low as $6.68. While this number $6.68 again looks high relative to the world majors, but when converted, right hand side, if you will see, when converted into a per kilowatt hour cost, then it starts becoming comparable to current diesel generation cost. So if you see on the right hand side, the orange part in between is telling us the diesel generator cost per kilowatt hour of electricity. The blue curve is where without subsidy is the LCOE cost of hydrogen, and yes, it is higher. But you see that in year 2030, even without subsidy, even with that higher cost of hydrogen production, the levelized cost for those outer islands becomes parity with diesel. In fact, a little before 2030. If there can be subsidy, which is showed by the green line on the right hand side, then it starts becoming further interesting and faster adoption. So the point is that at higher cost of hydrogen production, the current advantage of green hydrogen can be coming in power generation in year 28 to 2030. We also looked into other archetypes, like we looked into the resort islands. These are little bigger aggregations. They have already started using solar for their power generations. Some of the resorts we visited already have a penetration of almost 50 to 70% of solar, which they are using to meet their demands. Now going from 50 to 70 to 100% decarbonize for their green tourism, that will add a huge cost on a battery. We here looked into the option of bringing green hydrogen through fuel cell approach for meeting that long storage of going from 70 to 100%. And that's also a very viable case in Maldives. We also looked into the greater Malé region, where we can bring a centralized capacity of power production. And here we kind of recommended going with a green ammonia-based blended firing of high speed. So it's a blended of a little revised diesel engine blended with green ammonia. And we found that that can act as a very good central anchor of demand for green hydrogen. Its parity does not come while in the year below 2030. It starts coming by 2034, but then it starts making a very, very interesting case for Maldives. So looking into the supply economics, at what cost hydrogen can be made available, we went into looking into the different use cases. As I said, that power generation, both at central scale, at resorts, and also at outer islands, the viability with green hydrogen without subsidy starts coming in year 28-30. The marine application is second use case, where either hydrogen ICE route or fuel cell route starts making a viable case by 2030. We also investigated other use cases of road heavy transport use case and aviation SAF, but I think their viability and parity without subsidy will be coming year 2036 forward. Next, please. So basis to our feasibility study, this is the first level of phase implementation that we have proposed and still in discussion with the stakeholders. The first 2 years till 27 goes into piloting green hydrogen in use cases like the one I was talking of, resort island power production, one of the remote island power production through microgrid, replacing DG sets directly, and replacing one of the ferry from MTCC operator and retrofitting it with a hydrogen ICE. So these three things could really become the first good pilots into the country. The later 3 years from 28 to 30, we are proposing following additions from the learnings of the pilot. We believe that Greater Malé Island can then go for a larger plant with electrolyzer capacity of 15 megawatt, and it can be further expanded. Addu is another atoll on the southern side, another strong corridor post Greater Malé region that can go with a smaller 4 megawatt electrolyzer capacity plant for power, and more resorts and the remote islands. So that combination will kind of lead to 18 plants, some 82 megawatt of electrolyzer, which will be possible by 2030. 2030 to 35 is the expansion phase, which can go for more plants, again with the learnings abroad, higher fleet coverage in the maritime for MTCC, and also exploring if there are other modes like if it becomes more viable for the country to look into. And on the right-hand side, we have given the phase-wise investment roadmap. By 2030, it cumulative is $190 million. And by 2035, cumulatively it becomes $485 million. And goes into the electrolyzer capacity. And another person goes into, 55% goes into the RE solar capacity. and rest is for the electrolyzer and balance of the system plant. So I think with this roadmap, Maldives could really become a leader in SIDS countries in developing and adopting green hydrogen ecosystem. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Rahul, for the very interesting presentation. And I'd now like to open the floor for comments and questions from advisory board members and observers. And since I have the mic, I might open with a question myself. It seems that one of the key issues around hydrogen systems is the electrolyzer costs. And have you seen or have much evidence of change in electrolyzer costs? Are they declining? Are they getting more expensive? And how does that factor into your overall program costs? Thank you.
Sure, Christian. Yes, we have benchmarked the electrolyzer cost, Christian. Overall, like there have been reductions globally in electrolyzers cost across technologies. We are recommending PEM electrolyzer for Maldives because it can be ramped up and down with changing power faster. And PEM today it's almost 15% costlier than alkaline, but with the manufacturing capacity built around the world, it is soon kind of going to converge with the alkaline cost. So we do see and we have incorporated those reduction in the electrolyzer cost in our estimates till 2035. I think almost from today's $1,000 going to almost $600 per kilowatt in next 10 years, Christian.
Thank you, fascinating. I believe we have a hand online. It's Christopher from the European Union. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Robinson and Rolf, for your presentations. Really impressive to hear about the Maldives 33% renewable energy target by 2028, which is really an embodiment of the COP28 pledge of tripling renewable energy by 2030. And also particularly good to hear about how the CTC and TA is really a stepping stone towards increased support, including through the GCF. So that's exactly what we like to hear. And I think exactly like you mentioned, that this is really a good example of how small island developing states can really be pioneers in renewable energy generation, because islands often have very high energy import costs, which can mean that these clean tech really become cost competitive in islands before they do so in other settings. But also that it's a question of energy security as in now currently in light of the currently volatile oil prices. So also to mention that, of course, this program connects to the other EU-funded program on climate technologies in conflict-sensitive countries that came to an end in December last year. And as briefly touched upon by Robinson in his presentation on the work on SF6 phase out and the opportunity of regulatory best practices, that this is also an opportunity to collaborate with the Technology Executive Committee, as we mentioned on Friday. And there also on the lessons learned that Robinson identified, that this is also another opportunity of kind of building upon the lessons learned that Nadej mentioned from the FCA project. So really very pleasant and positive to hear, and thank you for your good work.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Christopher.
We have another flag up in the room, and it's the chair of the Technology Executive Committee. Please go ahead, Pedro.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation, and very interesting project in the Maldives, also from a strategical point of view, and how the various challenges are tackled in a stepwise. I haven't heard about how you are tackling the sourcing of water for production of hydrogen. I mean, I assume it will be desalination, and if you can elaborate a bit more how you would be factoring in the consumption of electricity for desalination in this overall context of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pedro. I think that's a very, very important portion. Maldives is already using desalination of water across pretty much all the islands. It's a fairly established technology. We have used within our estimate the required water consumption and the cost of electricity and water productions into the levelized cost of hydrogen production. We did have a meeting with MWSC, which is responsible for water desalination in the country. And they believe that that should not be a problem. So like once we have accounted for the energy capacity of production of water into our plant estimates and design, that will not be a problem post forward. So that's how we have done it better. In fact, one interesting thing I also forgot to mention, like we also evaluated in addition to electrolysis, we also looked into the waste pathway through gasification route to produce hydrogen. It comes out to be almost 30% cheaper than electrolysis. And today, Greater Malay region is kind of creating 800 tons of waste on a daily basis. The reason we didn't bring that into the study and the estimates was like this waste is already kind of connected to a waste to power plant in the Thilafushi Island. So with already kind of consuming that waste in that power plant, and hence there will be not much waste extra available. So hence we have used electrolysis and associated power water requirements for further analysis.
Thank you, Rahul, for that extra insight, maybe a little bit of circular economy there as well. Not seeing any more hands up here, so I might just sum up for this agenda item. So thank you, colleagues, for the discussion. The Advisory Board has taken note of the progress in implementing the Innovative Climate Solutions Program and encourages the Secretariat to build on these results, including through replication and scaling of successful approaches. Thank you, Robertson and Rahul, for your presentations. And we now move on to agenda item 19.4. And this is the insight from the Technical Assistance Delivery, which is the development of National Green Hydrogen Roadmap for accelerating carbon neutrality in Cambodia. And our goal of the board here is to take note of this item. So we're going to hear directly from an implementing partner on technical assistance activities in Cambodia. And they will provide us with an update on the technical assistance delivered, including progress made, key achievements, challenges encountered, and lessons learned. With that, I am pleased to welcome with us here today Dr. Yunju Lee, researcher at the Centre for Global Strategy, Division of Policy Research, National Institute of Green Technology. Dr. Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eunju Lee from National Institute of Green Technology, NIGT in Korea. Thank you to the CTCN Secretariat for this opportunity to present under agenda item 19.4. I will provide a progress update on our Cambodia Technical Assistance Project. Alongside that, I want to share a few insights from implementation. Here is the structure of today's presentation. NIGT is only policy research institute among the 23 government-funded research institute under the Ministry of Science and ICT Korea. This means we sit at the intersection of technical knowledge and policy design, which is exactly the profile this project requires. Beyond this, TA, NIGT has been engaged with CTCN as one of the active network member in Korea. I myself had the opportunity to support 2024 and 2025 ASEA NDE Forum and capacity building program, also the CRD learning visit and plus bridge building programs. So that direct engagement with NDEs across the region has informed how I approach this project, and I will return to what I observed at those previous experiences at the end of my presentation, if time allows. This TA supports Cambodia in developing its first national green hydrogen roadmap. The project was requested by Cambodia's Ministry of Environment, represented by NDE. It is a K pro bono project funded by Korea's Ministry of Science and ICT. We are running from July 2025 through June 2026, 12 months in total, with a budget of approximately 190,000 USD. We are now at 9th month in. I will walk you through each activity, share where we stand, and flag the key insights along the way. The rationale for this project is clear. Cambodia has committed to carbon neutrality by 2050 and recognizes hydrogen as a zero carbon fuel in long-term low emission development strategy. Cambodia also has significant renewable energy potential, particularly solar and hydropower, but they don't have national hydrogen policy exists. This gap is the entry point for CTCN. As shown, this project is structured around 5 outputs. Output 1 is a baseline feasibility analysis. Output 2 is a stakeholder consultation workshop and roadmap concept. Output 3 is a national green hydrogen roadmap itself. Output 4 is a capacity building program, and output 5 is a set of follow-up project linkage strategies. The inclusion of this output 5 is no coincidence. On my way here today, I was catching up on yesterday's discussion through the CTCN YouTube channel, and specifically regarding the importance of post-TA follow-up. I think this reflects something real. NDAs are not just asking for policy documents. They are requesting TA with a clear line of sight to implementation. On screen, you can see the full activity structure. Activity 1 and 2 are complete. Activity 3 is an active drafting. Activity 4 is confirmed for May. Activity 5 is producing 3 concept notes. We are on track across all outputs for the June 2026, which is our deadline. Activity 1 covers our analytical foundation, starting with the demand side. We identified power generation and road transport as the 2 priority sectors for hydrogen application in Cambodia. We look at 4 key areas to assess this: policy alignment, economic significance, technical feasibility, and energy demand. Our feasibility modeling shows that hydrogen in road transport could reduce up to 5.3 million tons of CO2 by 2050. This represents 16% of total sector emissions, generating a climate benefit exceeding 10,000 billion Cambodian riel. Power generation also shows comparable potential in the longer term. The analytical foundation from activity 1 set our baseline, but as I will describe next, the most important course correction came not from the desk analysis. They came from what happened when we tested these findings against the expertise of our local stakeholders. On the demand side, Cambodia's renewable source base is well suited to green hydrogen production. Special economic zones along the Mekong River represents natural demand centers with strong solar potential. The analysis identifies several candidate project locations, including in Battambang and Kambo provinces. These directly inform the follow-up project concept in Activity 5. Activity 2 produced 2 key outputs: a roadmap concept and 2-day stakeholder consultation workshop held in Phnom Penh in February this year. The workshop satisfaction results were strong overall. One result that stood out to me was the knowledge gained indicator, which scored 4.69 out of 5, which with 100% positive ratings. For a topic entering new to most participants, that is a meaningful starting point. We also conducted a stakeholder survey with 23 respondents. I want to be clear about what this survey was designed to do. It was not a strategic input tool for the roadmap. It was designed to understand the current hydrogen awareness and perception among Cambodian energy policy professionals. Even among people working in energy-related roles, 70% had no prior hydrogen experience. And there was an interesting internal tension in the result when we asked which sector hydrogen should be deployed in first. 43% chose power generation. But when we asked how they perceived hydrogen as a power source. Hydrogen technology scored the lowest of all the options we surveyed. This is not a contradiction, it is a reflection of unfamiliarity. Respondents associated hydrogen with energy sector broadly, but had little concrete sense of what hydrogen technologies actually are and how they perform. That gap between sector association and technology awareness is itself an important finding for the roadmap. There was one divergence worth noting. The survey showed that stakeholders valued hydrogen primarily for environment sustainability, but when our PSC members were asked whether the roadmap should also emphasize economic and industrial development, that shift in framing from environmental tool to economic opportunity is something the roadmap will need to speak for both audiences. Activity 3 is currently in active drafting. We are formulating Cambodia's hydrogen vision, goals, and strategic framework. This synthesizes activity 1 and 2 outputs, incorporates PAC guidance, and benchmarks leading hydrogen policies with particular attention to developing country context. Transportation is anchored as a near-term priority, consistent with PSC guidelines. The roadmap will present phase target aligned with Cambodia's national policy timelines, short-term to 2030, medium-term to 2040, and long-term to 2050. Activity 4 is our two-day capacity building program confirmed for May 12th to 13th in Phnom Penh, and we're expecting 50 to 60 participants. The core intent here is a logical progression. Day 1 lays a technical foundation covering hydrogen role in decarbonization, supply technologies like electrolysis and utilization pathways across transport, industry, and power. Then day 2 shifts entirely to policy and cooperation. We will review comparative global issues, cases, present our draft roadmap, and crucially dive into international cooperation mechanisms and climate finance pathways, including CCF, ADBs, and ODAs. Participants will span from government officers to researchers, reflecting our intent to build capacity broadly across the institutions that will implement this roadmap. Activity 5 aligns directly with the mandate for matchmaking and partnership building. We are developing 3 follow-up project concept notes. Each is designed to translate roadmap recommendations into investment-ready proposals connected to concrete financing pathways. Concept A is in Battambang province. It leverages an existing MOU between K-Water of Korea and Cambodia's Ministry of Water Resources, combining small hydropower and floating solar PV to produce green hydrogen. This concept has the strongest near-term institutional foundation. The MOU is in place, no PPA renegotiation is required, and there is a clear, actionable scale-up pathway to GCF or carbon credit financing. Concept B is in Kambo province. It converts curtailed surplus hydropower from Kamchai Dam into green ammonia through electrolysis, supplying fertilizer directly to food security. This is a demand driver perfectly aligned with Cambodia's development priority. Concept C is also in Kambo province, which is going to be developed a waste hydrogen ecotourism circular model. It uses biogas from wastewater treatment plant to power zero emission boats for mangrove ecotours. All production and demand nodes all fall within a 10-kilometer radius. All 3 concepts are being developed as investment-ready proposals. I understand that CTCN will be hosting a deep dive clinic with GCF regional desk in July. We see these concept notes as exactly the kind of pipeline that could benefit from that process, and we hope Cambodia's NDEs will have the opportunity to engage through that channel. I guess I should finish from here. Cambodia's roadmap will be completed by the end of May. Concept notes are in development. The capacity workshop is 3 weeks away. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for that very informative and detail-packed presentation. I've never seen so much information on each slide. It really captures a lot of what you're doing very well. I'd like to now open the floor for any comments or questions from advisory board members and observers. We have Sweden. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for a great presentation. I would just like very much to highlight this important work of developing roadmaps. This is something that's being talked about a lot nowadays, at least at COP in Belém. So I think this work is very timely, and it would be great to see if it could be done also in other countries. So congratulations on that work. Thank you.
Any observations from the observer constituency or online? If that's the case, I think we can thank Dr. Lee for her presentation. It was really very interesting, and we appreciate you coming here to give that. And with that, we are going to take note of this presentation and move on to item 20. And this is matters relating to the technology mechanism, the third independent review, and the advisory board's task here is to take note. In accordance with decisions 2/CP.17, Annex 7, paragraph 20, and 11/CP.26, paragraph 24, the UNFCCC Secretariat has been mandated by the Conference of Parties to commission the third independent review of the effectiveness of the Climate Technology Centre and Network. Following a procurement process conducted in line with the United Nations rules and regulations, Ernst & Young AG has been selected to carry out this review and to develop a recommendation aimed at enhancing the performance of the CTCN. The review process was initiated last year in November, with interviews conducted in January and February this year, followed by a broader stakeholder survey carried out in February. And I think I was interviewed at an airport while I was waiting for a flight. Today we will receive an overview of the process and initial findings of the review. I'm pleased to invite Christoph Lumsden, engagement partner, together with Christoph Abraham and Claudio Nuber, who are joining us virtually, to take the floor. Colleagues, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and welcome from the side of EY as well, and welcome from Switzerland. Good morning, and from France from our side. We can surely start already on the next slide with the brief agenda. Today we want to go into the quick introduction, then objective and scope of our work. We will cover the methodology and evaluation grid that we use for this review, and then also our interim conclusions and next steps and Q&A for the next 30 minutes. My name is Claudio Nuber. I'm the Deputy Project Director. Today, because of the slight delay, our Global Climate and Decarbonization Leader, Christoph Lumsden, can no longer join the session, but we are happy to present these interim results, and I'm joined by Christoph Abraham, who is the project director. With that, going into the objectives, the key objective is to review the effective implementation of the CTCN 5 years after the second independent review that was also conducted by Ernst & Young, and develop recommendations for enhancing the CTCN's performance for the future. Our scope of work is covering a technical parameter, the temporal parameter, and geographic parameter, which is the CTCN, including its links with the financial mechanism and contributions to the technology framework that also supports the realization of the Paris Agreement. And in terms of the time span, we're covering January 2021 to December 2025. This is a global analysis with regional and country-focused analysis where this is relevant. And in terms of the outputs, we will be producing a review report summarizing the findings of this CTCN review. As just briefly presented in the introduction, we're conducting a structured process that I will go to into a minute. And of course, we will, as an output, we'll have recommendation for enhancing the CTCN's performance. We can see the overview of our methodology on the next slide. So we started this work end of last year with an inception phase. We looked at some preliminary, we did a preliminary data review. We conducted certain framing interviews. Then we prepared the evaluation grid that is also in line with previous evaluations that we have been conducting, and then finalized such evaluation methodology in the next step. Now we move to the next steps to data collection and analysis. So the team performed a detailed desk review of all the documents that are available from the CTCN and related parties, and conducted structured interviews with 22 different stakeholders, and also conducted surveys of NDEs, network members, and beneficiaries that all went now into this interim report. As a third step, we have kind of the review and recommendation step, so finalization of conclusions, elaboration of recommendations, and then the final reviews. At the moment, important to note, maybe what we will be presenting today are interim recommendations or interim findings. So there is a process after this meeting and also over the next months to finalize those and take up additional feedback until we will be releasing the final report. What you can see now are the evaluation questions. So we are looking at relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, impact, and sustainability. Some of you already have been involved in this process, as we just heard, so you might be familiar with this. The key questions that we are asking on a high level are: have the actions undertaken by the CTCN been responsible to its functions and mandates? Have the planned activities been implemented in an effective and efficient manner? And also, have the CTCN activities provided long-term positive results towards the objective of enhanced action on technology development and transfer? And are the results sustainable? And how could basically anything be done better in the future? This is the main aspects that we are looking on for this evaluation. And with this brief introduction, if there's no further questions at this stage, I would hand over to my colleague Christoph to cover the interim report outcomes.
Thank you. You can hand over. I think we will keep questions until the conclusion of the presentation.
Nice to meet you, Christoph Abrahams. I was also part of the evaluation team from the previous first and second independent review, as well as the periodic assessment of the technology mechanism. And if we start with relevance, overall, what we can say is that the CTCN strategy and resources remain relevant to party priorities and convenience. More specifically, what we observe is that the third program of work represents a shift from a broader and activity-oriented approach within the second program of work towards a more programmatic and system transformation model in the third program of work, and that in direct response to the mandate of parties. Lessons from the first and the second independent review of the CTCN were progressively but unevenly addressed through the work of the CTCN, mainly constrained by limited financial and staffing resources. The changes between the second and third program of work, for example, the new theory of change, the system transformation pillars, the prioritization criteria, were directly informed by UNFCCC decision, reflecting the mandates of CTCN to strengthen the technology mechanism, to enhance the tech collaboration and linkage with the climate funds. The CTCN interventions were widely viewed as highly relevant to country needs, with a country-driven approach that ensure alignment with national priorities such as NDCs, TNAs, and broader climate strategies. However, delays between the submission and execution of the technical assistance can cause interventions to be no longer relevant. The added value of the CTCN services was generally viewed positively, with early stage planning and convening diverse stakeholders, and with strong complementarities with GCF, GEF, and other climate support programs that are focused on large-scale implementation. However, cooperation with other programs remains uneven and often shaped by program-specific arrangements, with differences in terms of focal points, operational modalities, and timelines, which are limiting systematic coordination. Then, if we move to the second evaluation register, which is effectiveness. Yeah. What we can say is that overall, the CTCN has been effective in implementing its mandates. First, in terms of technical assistance, CTCN has supported a broad range of technical assistance activities aligned with its mandate, so including policy development, institutional strengthening, and the design of enabling environment for climate technology deployment. Technical assistance are generally seen of high quality and aligned with national priorities, although the timeliness is often constrained by procurement delays. Second type of services, which is capacity building, has also been successfully implemented, notably through NDE forums. And then the knowledge sharing activities showed improvement during this last review period, so over the last 5 years, with notably a better with different events and knowledge products developed notably by network members and key partnerships. We've seen an increased network engagement activities with more participation and increased number of network participants, although linkages between network members and partnership remain limited. We observed efforts to promote collaboration among NDEs, for example, through regional NDE forums, multi-country technical assistance initiative, and thematic training sessions. So that in developing countries, which has also strengthened their capacity. We also noticed progress in reinforcing the CTCN's role as a climate technology matchmaker. As an example, the voluntary technology talks including at the World Climate Industry Expo in 2024, which is a notable achievement. However, results overall remain limited in that domain. Monitoring and evaluation practices have improved during the review period, although they remain only partially operationalized in terms of ex post evaluation. If we move it, thank you. Positive results were associated with strong, engagement from NDEs. If we speak about the positive, outcomes, increased participation of network members in technology, technical assistance delivery, and greater strategic coherence introduced by the sub-program of work. And in the end, we found that the CTCN has adapted its activities to evolving guidance from parties. For example, with strengthened collaboration with the tech, with a greater emphasis on innovation and digitalization, or the expansion of multi-country and pragmatic approach. However, that's, changes occurred with some delays. Listen to Claudio to move on the last two evaluation register, which are efficiency and impact and sustainability.
So if we continue with efficiency, overall, we observe that there's partially efficient, CTCN is partially efficient in performing its mission and functions. We noted the efficiency of the CTCN during the review reflects a mixed but gradually improving performance, also shaped by governance arrangements, resource availability, staffing structures, and operational processes. One important point is also the next one. We noted there's the limited budget remains a central challenge for the CTCN. But we also noted an efficient use of financial resources during the process. Specifically, interviews and documentation also indicated that the CTCN operated efficiently relative to its financial constraints that it has. The lack of human resources, internal experts, and local presence has been a significant challenge to the efficiency of the CTCN. The intended efficiency gain through better mobilization and engagement of the CTCN network is also, which was described in recommendation of the second independent review report, was partially achieved during this review period. And NDEs are essential to the CTCN coordination model, and overall the efficiency depends heavily on their own capacity and visibility, which is what we also noted during the review process. The internal processes, communication flows, and monitoring and evaluation frameworks showed also some gradual improvements over the review period, although some systematic challenges persisted that we noted during the period. And then we go to the last step, which is impact and sustainability. Overall, here we come to the conclusion that the CTCN has partially achieved its expected outcomes and generated meaningful but uneven long-term results in advancing technology development and transfer. More specifically, going to the top of the slide, the CTCN's impact and sustainability during the review period reflect meaningful contributions towards innovation activities, while also revealing persistence constraints that limit some of the long-term transformative outcomes they could have. The CTCN implementation-related activities contributed significantly to strengthening the planning processes for mitigation and adaptation. And also we noted the CTCN enabling environment and capacity building activities contributed to strengthening countries' ability to develop, transfer, and deploy climate technologies. stakeholder engagement activities produced also meaningful, but still somewhat uneven outcomes during the review period. Support-related activities have overall contributed to a positive outcomes. And then we also noted several factors influenced the achievement and non-achievement of such outcomes, including resource constraints, staffing instability, some limited institutional capacity at the country level, and limited post-implementation support. The third program of work shifts towards system transformation has begun, which also sharpens the strategic focus and is enabling more coherent and impact-oriented activities. And then as the last point, what we have here is we noted the CTCN supported activities have contributed to early elements of systematic and sustainable change, also particularly through improved planning processes, enabling environment and regional cooperation, which, as said briefly, ended in this overall rating of having partially achieved its expected outcomes and meaningful but uneven long-term results. Super. With that, we go very briefly to the next steps. So in the next step is basically the final report on the third independent review of the CTCN, based on the answers to the evaluation questions and the grid. We will generate the recommendations to enhance the performance of the CTCN. Then we will prepare the final draft review report by June of this year, get feedback on the final report from CTCN and UNEP by July, and then send subsequently the report in August, and which will be then published by the UNFCCC after that. Thank you for listening, and we're happy to take any questions also that you have.
Thank you, Christoph and colleagues, for this extensive and insightful presentation on the interim report of the independent review. I now open the floor for some feedback or comments and observations from advisory board members and observers. And I might just open it up by saying that it seems to be a largely positive outcome there of the task that the CTCN has been mandated to deliver, but I don't think it will surprise many people in this room that there are still some things to develop with the linkages to the financial mechanism. And with that, I see a flag up with the Vice Chair of the Technology Executive Committee, please.
Thank you, Christian. So thank you very much to Ernst & Young for these interim results. I realize that we probably have had the summary of the results of the survey, but still I was looking for information which I didn't find in the slides. Have you been analyzing the cooperation with the Technology Executive Committee? And my second question is also beyond the comparison with GEF and GCF, which other financial bodies were analyzed during this independent review? Thank you.
Thank you, Celine. Next, we have Egypt.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, presenters. Actually, I personally, it's very impressive, and I learned how to evaluate the situation. I guess that CTCN has problems like NDEs. And actually, I like two paragraphs, two lines that, which is very highlighted. How could things be done better in the future in this presentation? And this is a very good introduction to what I will mention later in few seconds. And CTCN strategy, and resources remain relevant to parties' priorities and country needs. And the country's needs is to appreciably increase the amount of the TA funds from 5,000 to another figure, such as 50,000, for example. And we can start to improve our work with our CTCN. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. We have a couple of hands up online, and I'm going to pass now to Youngo. Please go ahead, Asia.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So we know that not all possible stakeholders are reached by the CTCN. So I was wondering whether these gaps in potential were also analyzed in some way, or is this really just looking at those that are being reached? Thank you.
Thank you, Youngo. And also online, we have our newest AB member, Noor, from Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Christian. And maybe just to bounce off of the last question, firstly, thank you for the presentation. But I just wanted to ask for a little bit of further elaboration on the main barriers you discussed, particularly when it comes to matchmaking. And then also, maybe could you elaborate on what's currently being done to enhance connectivity between developing countries and the implementation partners, particularly in light of those limitations? And then lastly, just a reflection on EY's visibility across countries and across similar mechanisms. Could you share just some details on how and what has worked effectively elsewhere and how that could be translated in the case of the CTCN?
Thank you, Noor. We have a flag up in the room from an observer. Asha, please.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. The report was nice. It was a nice story, was worth listening to. And if it's your child who has passed an exam, you would be excited. But in my view, I was waiting to hear some data authenticating the claims. And I think it would be hard for us to convince someone about the performance without that data being provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Asha. Next, we have a representative from the Environmental NGOs constituency, Victor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I guess reaction, I want to congratulate the CTCN Secretariat and staff for, for me, the take home here is constraints from limited resources, but still very efficient use of those resources and effectiveness in implementing what it's been asked to do. So I think that's extraordinary. I mean, especially like in the NGO sector, we're always used to working with underfunded, under-resourced, but you got to overperform. And it seems that's what the evaluation is showing here. But I guess what I'm looking for, and maybe hopefully it'll come out in the final report, but somehow to connect that reality of the, I guess I'd like to see more detail on the under-resourcing, and I didn't hear any explanation of why there's under-resourcing. I know in the interview that I did go into some detail about this. I don't know how it's captured in the data and the evaluations, but I think it's important that there is an explanation that countries who have obligations and commitments to resource, you haven't been doing at the scale needed. But secondly, there's another gap, like I mentioned earlier, we have financial reserves within the organization, right? 1.25 years of unspent reserves, and yet we still have needs that aren't being met. And so as efficient as the evaluation is showing that the Secretariat has been, it seems to me like there's a gap there that can still be bridged in terms of healthy reserves and under-resourced unmet needs at the operational level, particularly when it comes to the post-TA implementation, matchmaking, finding funds, and participation of communities in the process. And then I guess I'm also hoping to see more detail on the types of recommendations that you're hearing in the feedback on the post-TA finding funds challenge that we face. Because we've had some discussion already, not only about the need of raising the cap, and I saw some shaking of heads when again that was brought up by Lydia, but it seems to me here like now we have not just a survey question, not just several developing countries who have said it's not enough. Now we have an Ernst & Young report saying that like there are unmet needs here. And so I'm not sure what other feedback loops we're looking for to make that decision. I understand it might not happen at this meeting, but I'm just sensing a reluctance, and I'm really astonished by it and disappointed by it and not sure what to do about it. But I'm certainly hoping some detail on that can come out in the final version of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. I don't see any more flags up, so I think I'll hand back to the Ernst & Young team if you could please maybe have some responses to the interventions.
Thank you for your question that showed the interest for our work. So that's very always a pleasure. I'll give some answers now, and then when it refers to additional data, when it refers also to the recommendation, you'll find that into the final report. But we took note, of your specific point of attention. But yeah, please refer to the final report when it comes to detailed data and recommendation. What maybe just I can say on the tech collaboration with the tech. Just to note that we have noted, an improvement in terms of tech and CTCN collaboration through joint work and coordinated knowledge sharing. I think there was a question about matchmaking. Maybe I can answer briefly here. Just to say that through network membership, expanded network membership and subsequent activities, this has increased interaction between technology providers and countries. However, we noted that matchmaking often remained superficial with initial introduction, but without advancing toward financing or implementation pathways, notably because of limited staff capacity, low visibility at country level. So yeah, part of the answer, but you'll find more information into the final report. On the methodology and how we've developed, we have interviewed the response rate to the electronic surveys, etc. How we have addressed maybe non-beneficiaries, if it was a question before. I think we found that into the detailed methodology that we are providing along with the final reports. Don't know, if not additional points that we can answer now. Otherwise, I think it will be mainly in the final reports.
Maybe also just to provide an additional comment on the question around the data. So what you will then see in the report is that there's data around the outcomes of the e-service specifically. There's also data around the resource or cash availability for the CTCN to kind of help also these recommendations or evaluation results that we have presented today.
Thank you, Ernst & Young, for the presentations and the responses to the high level of interest in the room. I'm now going to move on to the next agenda item. No, we have a coffee break. So you have a break. Yeah, we're a little bit behind schedule. It's now 4:18. If we could maybe start, sorry, 3:18. I'm looking at my home laptop. Time zone. It's 3:18 now. If we could maybe grab a quick coffee and a snack and try and be back in the room by 3:30-ish, and we can commence the last session. Thank you. Welcome back, colleagues, and just confirming the time is 3:36, not 4:36. We still have plenty of time left this afternoon, so don't worry. I hope you've all had a good coffee break, and we're going to try and move on promptly to agenda item number 21. And this is on collaborative research, development and demonstration. And our task as advisory board members here is to take note of the information presented today. So moving on, the Agenda 21, Collaborative Research, Development and Demonstration. Here the Secretariat will provide an update on the CRD&D activities undertaken under the reporting period of the AOP 2025, highlighting the key achievements and lessons learned. The Secretariat will also present the planned activities for 2026, which encompass CRD&D priorities and anticipated impacts. Without further ado, I pass the floor to the Secretariat. Jaewon from the Partnerships and Liaison Office will present on the activities delivered. Jaewon, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Hope you all enjoyed the strawberry that I brought from home. It was my little bribery to add vitamin C so we can survive strongly through this afternoon. The presentation will be on CRD&D, and it will go through the first part, which is a 2025 Q4 activities that we have implemented and lessons learned from that activity. In October, we delivered webinars to mainly raise the awareness on CRD&D strategy approved by the board and activities undertaken by the CTCN. It was delivered in two different time zones, understanding the different parts of the world needs to be aware of this CRD&D strategy and our activities. The target audience were NDEs and CTCN network members. There was a welcome remark, background of the text, collaborative RD&D, introduction to the CTCN's collaborative RD&D, our TA portfolio on CRD&D, Q&A session, and closing remark. We achieved over close to 200 registrations from 66 countries, representing over 100 organizations with the high participation rate representing 44 countries. So over 55% of attendance rate. Recordings are available, and it's been also featured in our newsletter, so therefore the revisiting is available. In parallel, we also conducted the second virtual steering group with the network member, the government-affiliated research institutions, to identify their needs. And from this specific steering group, we have identified 2 potential projects, which are training on the operation and maintenance of wind power using operation management platform in Vietnam. And the second project that we identified through this steering group was development of a process for producing high-grade lithium concentration and high-purity lithium compounds from Zimbabwean lithium ore. From here now on, we'll go into the 2026 activities, and you will hear from us the surveys that we have undertaken, also other exploring activities that has informed the planning of the 2026 activities. From the call for preference check survey to NDEs, we learned that of 3 CRD&D activities planned in 2026, the bridge building workshop was most preferred. So the bridge building workshop exposes NDEs to the emerging technologies so that they can nominate the expert on those technologies to attend learning visit for South-South and North-South research collaboration opportunities. By region, from the preference check survey for Asia Pacific, it was energy storage system and green hydrogen fuel cell almost equally preferred. And we have 3 green hydrogen TAs under implementing at the moment. When we look at Africa, all wanting to learn about energy storage system, and most of other countries are wanting for, and large amount of other countries are wanting for to learn about green hydrogen and fuel cell. And there are 5 5 green hydrogen TAs are under implementation or near completion. LAC also equally seeking to explore energy storage system and green hydrogen and fuel cell, and there are 2 green hydrogen TAs under implementation or completed. When we reviewed the lessons learned from 2025 learning visit activities that we have facilitated, it indicated the necessity to revise the targets of CRD&D Type 1, which is collaborative research, and Type 2, technology information exchange, presented and approved as part of the CRD&D strategy, meaning that we learned the importance of applying applying these Type 1 and 2 activities at a different level, meaning global, regional, national, and countries varying levels of readiness for CRD&D. So moving forward, we can imagine the international programs like Bridge Building Workshop or Learning Visit. We can make it available for NDs with a strong interest in CRD&D for them to revise ongoing CRD&D projects that are happening in their country and their relevant governance and framework, whereas the TA, CRD&D technical system projects may be offered for countries with limited or no prior CRD&D experience for their stakeholder identification and co-research pipeline development. So we hope these lessons are considered in the selection of 2026 program recipients. Through our networking, we also detected ongoing initiatives which are H2U Up and H2 LAC, which we hope to find complementary actions. So, 2026 program, learning visit on green hydrogen fuel cell invited 13 countries listed on the slides, both NDs and nominated experts. So 2 from each countries are invited. The program will cover green hydrogen production, fuel cell, hydrogen storage, and hydrogen charging related technologies, while expected outputs are submission of TA request proposal on these areas and international joint R&D collaboration development. This is additional information on how we have selected the countries based on the survey, based on the network, based on the steering group that we have consulted. The second 2026 program, which is learning visit on ESS, the energy storage system, planned to invite 16 countries globally, again, 1 NDE and 1 nominated expert on energy storage system. With this program, we'd like to thank the collaborating organizations, written here, the UNITAR Jeju and KIED, who is a Korean institution, our network member, for their financial contribution of covering logistics and venue fees. We expect this program to enhance the understanding of ESS, relevant challenges at a policy and a technical level. There will be a capacity building component, especially framing on the policy framework and financing schemes. Therefore, the development of a ESS TA request proposal is facilitated through this particular learning visit program. This is additional information on how we my apologies. This is actually a parallel activity that will be conducted to this year. We plan to collect global data on experts for potential exchange by the end of September 2026. And we will try to report this in the fall AB. Therefore, the usage of this information can be also presented to you and receive feedback on it. From now on, we'll go through 4 CRD&D TA projects and its progress. The first TA is with Papua New Guinea. This TA was to conduct a pre-feasibility study on ocean energy, specifically focusing on salinity, gradient, energy technology, and EO tech, including Blueberry, the water-based ESS technology. It is to be completed this May, and from this technical assistant, the project steering group and the implementing partner came up with the idea of arranging an MOU between institutions. Although this didn't fly due to administrative issues among those institutions, but the implementing partner donated the module of ocean energy tested during this technical assistant to the University of Papua New Guinea. And this TA also initiated conversation on our implementing partner offering master courses to the experts in Papua New Guinea. We think such voluntary discussion initiated as a result of this TA is very encouraging, since it reflects a true form of CRD and the collaboration that centers the expert-to-expert continuing exchange and potential for twinning arrangement. This technical system is just started, and it will be ending by next year, April. It's with Uzbekistan, which focuses on the design of a pilot system and feasibility assessment based on groundwater desalination and resource recovery technologies. Progress to date is that the implementing partner is currently identifying potential water resources in Uzbekistan, prioritizing those with suitable characteristics. The third technical system to bring it to your attention is the Bangladesh one. This is to be completed this August with the potential of significantly reducing the post-harvest losses and contribute to the country's broader development goals. This TA focused on feasibility research of solar electric-based cold warehouse equipment with low temperature latent heat material for fruit storage in Bangladesh. A series of consultations held with key stakeholders during the NDE and the project proponent and other ministries, and field survey was conducted to determine the type of fruits and vegetables products. And the designing and manufacturing of the cold warehouse for agriculture product by solar power system was implemented, which is a progress to date. The last CRD&TA is with Côte d'Ivoire, which is at its starting phase. It's on biochar production to improve waste management and providing a sustainable energy source. The initial kickoff meeting held just a few days ago. With the near completion TAs, which is the PNG and Bangladesh one, we're actively seeking a scale-up opportunity. So with the PNG one, the IP and the project proponent and the local consultants are looking forward to they're actually working on a GCF concept note, and that's been already shared with the GCF Secretariat and the regional desks for their information. For Bangladesh one, we are supporting the implementing partner to seek more Korean funding as a buffer funding before going into the larger modalities of the MDBs. Therefore, we look forward to reporting this back to you in September for its progress. That is all from our side. We look forward to receiving any questions, feedback, or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, and for this very enlightening and insightful presentation, and a little bit exciting for me to hear a mention of the University of Papua New Guinea, where I did spend some years running around in my youth. I now open the floor for any comments or questions from advisory board members or observers, please. I have Clara from the Women and Gender constituency.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't know if now is a good time to address this, but we've been discussing a lot about the green hydrogen this afternoon, and I just wanted to raise maybe a concern that we have about this technology, because it's using a lot of water and it kind of has a risk on the human rights to water for the local communities. So I wanted to know if you are assessing this kind of risk, or if this is taken into account. Thank you.
I don't see any more flags up, so maybe I can hand back to Jaewon for that question.
Thank you for the comment. The points that you raised was actually addressed by the implementing partner, who are the green hydrogen experts. Therefore, that line of risk assessment is already embedded in the TA activity.
I have a flag up from Nigeria, please, Halima.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Chair. I just following up with the gender constituency also. I'm wondering, is there any linkage between this green hydrogen TA and the other one that was being said, or is there the CTCN, does it plan to just have TAs, different TAs on different green hydrogen projects? Do you intend to, like you did with the AI, have like a streamlined strategy on how to go about the green hydrogen TAs? So are they going to existing in silos, or you have a plan on synergizing them at a certain point in time?
No flags up, so I'll hand to Jaewon if she can respond.
Thank you for that question. The Maldives one that you just heard, it's on Green Hydrogen Roadmap, which we are supporting through a general TA bucket. Whereas the Green Hydrogen CRD&D TA has a specific activity on feasibility testing of a certain technology that is required in maturing the ecosystem of the green hydrogen that the country already has. So when we call it CRD&D TA, it implies demonstration, research, development, and demonstration. Whereas the framework, it's a policy framework. So we didn't intend to separate. However, when we were trying to pull out the available resources to support the needs coming from the countries that are matchable to the solutions that our network members had, we ended up supporting PNG to work on green hydrogen with the feasibility test component in it. Hope it answers your question clearly.
Thank you, Jaewon. We don't see... Oh, so there is an observer, sir, you with the microphone. We're not getting the microphone signal. Is there a switch on the mic that we can maybe adjust? There's another mic behind you, maybe try that. Sorry, just bear with us. We're having some technology issues. It's not the first time in the technology room. Sir, perhaps if you could come forward and use the microphone here with our Dominican Republic colleague.
The green hydrogen program is being developed towards achievement of decarbonization, nothing beyond that.
Thank you. I think I'll take that as a comment, Jaewon. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions, and to Jaewon for her presentation. And I think we'll move on now to agenda item 22, gender mainstreaming work. Now, the task of the advisory board here is to take note of this agenda item And oh, it's the last for today, so we can spend a lot of time on this. It is, of course, the most important of the day as well. I think the gender constituency is the single largest constituency represented on the advisory board, and it is a critical part of the CTCN's work. So, during the 22nd advisory board meeting, the AB endorsed the CTCN gender policy and requested that the CTCN Secretariat, in collaboration with the Gender Focal Point, to develop a draft gender work plan for each operating year. I would now like to invite Molly from the CTCN Secretariat to provide an update on activities undertaken since the previous meeting in support of the implementation of the gender policy and action plan. The Secretariat will also outline the activities planned to be completed within 2026. Molly is joining us from Nairobi today. Molly, please, the floor is yours.
Vice Chair. Thank you, Anna. So I will, as Vice Chair just highlighted, I will be providing updates since the last meeting, and then I'll follow that with our planned activities in 2026. Next slide, please. So as far as the implementation of our gender policy and action plan in the technical assistance domain, we now have, and we've had this is I think the second year, the gender assessment and action plan template that is now being followed across all TAs. And when we monitored this, we found that in all, at least in the LAC region and the Asia and the Pacific, as well as Africa, we've had this tested already in more than 5 technical assistances. We also have this gender budget monitoring tool that we would like to use to support us. It will be integrated in our GAP already within the gender assessment and action plan. We are adding a component of a budget monitoring tool that will also support the monitoring of how the mainstreaming budget for gender is used throughout our technical assistance implementation. Other than that, we also have these sector-specific guidelines that we've been working on. I think I highlighted 2 of them in the previous presentation, but we also have 2 more being developed now by our partner WECF, as well as 2 by individual consultants. Currently, we have the sector-specific guidelines for energy systems as well as national systems of innovations ready and already being used by our gender experts in our TAs. Finally, of course, as I was just mentioning, the gender expert, this is a mandatory requirement within all our TA technical assistances to have a gender expert whenever we are implementing a technical assistance. Next slide, please. So another update is last year, the Gender Just Climate Solution Award celebrated the 10th year anniversary. The CTCN has been committed to supporting this award since 2017. And this has been very, very, very important as it's been strengthening women's leadership and advancing inclusive climate action. This award is very important because it also supports grassroots solutions, and it ensures that all the climate technologies that we are coming up with, that they are also gender responsive. For example, for last year, we had 3 winners, 1 winner on technical, non-technical, as well as transformational solutions. The winners came from Bolivia, DRC, and Costa Rica. Next slide, please. So another update, we continue to follow this gender policy of the CTCN that was endorsed, and we have also invited our network members to also adhere to the gender policy and action plan. During their onboarding of any network member, this is usually included, and their obligation here is that whenever we have a technical assistance implementation, they understand what is expected of them, and hence they are supposed to follow the CTCN's gender policy and action plan. We also continue to highlight this global roster that we have for gender and technology and climate technology experts on our website. Next slide, please. Yes. So in our NDE Fora, we have a dedicated session for discussing various issues and various ways of mainstreaming gender in climate technologies. So, for example, in our previous NDE Forum in Tunisia, we had the privilege of having the young representatives, but also those representing gender in negotiations. And this was a very welcome session, and different discussions came up. And we hope to see this continue in all our coming NDE forums. Next slide, please. Now, for the upcoming activities, we are planning to have, we are working on this in collaboration with our gender partner. We're planning to have these gender dialogues, and we plan to use these dialogues to also ensure that the previously mentioned tools, is be it the GAP, which is the Gender Assessment and Action Plan template, as well as the monitoring tool for the 5% budget, as well as all other tools that have been developed by the CTCN, to ensure that these tools are practical, impactful, and to ensure ongoing learning to see how we can, bridge any gaps that exist. So these dialogues will be held quarterly, and we are currently working on the concept note with our gender partner, WCF. Next slide, please. Yes. So other than this, we're also working on our efforts to do resource mobilization for gender. And to support this work, we plan on working on a gender impact brochure. As you may have noticed from the slides previously, we are doing quite a lot when it comes to gender mainstreaming and responsiveness. And we want to prepare this impact brochure to kind of highlight everything that we do within this sector, and see how we can use that also to support our mainstream, our resource mobilization for gender. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yes, and of course, the CTCN is dedicated and committed to support the 2026 Gender Just Climate Solutions Awards as well. And we are very motivated by these solutions that these grassroots women come up with. And these projects usually are very, very impactful. And the monetary prize that they normally receive usually take them so far. For example, with last year, we had the winners receiving a monetary prize of 5,000 euros, as well as their trip to the COP being funded. So we hope to continue to support this initiative, and particularly the technical category, which is very, very closely aligned with the CTCN mandate. Next slide, please. Yeah, I think I have come to the last slide. Thank you. Back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Molly, for your presentation. I'm just going to consult with the Secretariat, so give us a minute. Thank you, Molly. That is a great presentation and insightful info on some very important work by the CTCN. I'd now like to invite the members and observers to share their comments and provide some discussion on the work plan, to give feedback for the Secretariat. And we have a flag up from Sweden.
Thank you. No specific question or comment, but just to congratulate the CTCN for mainstreaming gender in all its work. The Gender Policy and Action Plan, the Gender Roster, mainstreaming gender in all technical assistances, also at NDE Forums, and also the Gender Impact Brochure. So well done. Much appreciated from Sweden side.
Thank you, Erland. We have a flag up now from Nigeria. Please, Halima.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Molly, thank you very much for that. I just have a few things to say. Being a gender focal point myself for the UNFCCC alongside Pedro II. We know that we also have a big gap, and before then, we've been working on the gap before it became a big gap. And we did talk about the issue of trying to get the BTIP aligned with whatever work is being done in the CTC and on the strategy document yesterday. So I just wanted to ask Molly, I think I've asked it before, but I will ask again, how aligned is the work of the CTC and gender with the work of the UNFCCC gender? And even perhaps even I'm sure UNEP has a gender strategy somewhere. You know, we need to find a way of forming the synergies. As negotiators, I know we had a discussion about having members in every negotiating room and things like that. But there's a need also to synergize work and also monitor and report in a way that it all comes together. That's just what I wanted to flag out. It's good to have the big gap aligned with what we're doing with the gender gap, with the CTCN gap or technology gap as it may be. So that is one. The second one is about the gender budgeting. Some years back, starting 2021, we started the issue of gender budgeting in Nigeria with some other regional colleagues. It's still going on. Not much has progressed, but it's good to have a gender budgeting tool. But I'm wondering, considering that budgeting systems in different countries are different, how applicable would this tool be? I know that we have a budgeting system in Nigeria that might not necessarily be the same with Belize, perhaps, or Egypt, or Sweden, perhaps even. So if you have a tool, have you really looked at that it is applicable in most countries, or you have a certain context in which it is supposed to be used? For the Gender Just Awards, I'm very thankful to the CTCN for nominating me to be one of the panelists. It was very, very, very tedious, much more tedious than I expected, but it was exciting. However, CTCN is supporting that process. Is CTCN intending to do something about women in technology or on technology? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Halima. Next, we have the Women and Gender constituency. Please, Clara.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Following the comments by Halima, the Women and Gender constituency wishes to recall that the new Gender Action Plan has identified specific activities for both the CTCN and the TEC, and we attach great importance to the effective implementation of these activities, as well as the BTIP, which clearly states that it should be gender responsive, enhance gender equality, empower women, and recognize the special needs and circumstances of children, youth, persons with disabilities, and local communities. And we would like to repeat that the WGC stands ready to support this effort. And regarding the guidelines that were developed last year and the ones that are coming, we wanted to know how the CTCN is planning on making use of these resources and how it plans to ensure that the guidelines are applied in practice and do not remain underutilized. And I also wanted to thanks again the CTCN for the support for the Gender Just Climate Solution. For the past 10 years, we really appreciate it, and we also appreciate to see some of the AB members like Halima being part of the jury, and we look forward to continued collaboration in advancing a truly gender-responsive approach to technology development and transfer.
Thank you, Clara. And we now have a flag up from the Dominican Republic. Please, Pedro II.
I believe
I'm
Canada
sorry.
was first.
Canada is in my blind spot. I didn't see you, Ollie. Please, you take the floor.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Pedro II. I also wanted to say thank you very much for this presentation. I would like to echo others who have said this is phenomenal work. You know, I recall when this was adopted quite a few years ago, and for sure it's been a lot of progress has been demonstrated, so I would also like to congratulate the CTCN. I do have a couple of questions. The first is I'd be interested in supporting the gender just solutions. Sorry, did I just say gender just solutions? I was thinking of something else. The awards, and just wondering if there's any follow-up with the recipients of the awards, just to see how they're doing later on. Because I know for the youth awards, we heard how some of those groups or companies are being tracked to see how this has helped them. So I'm just curious to see if there's been some follow-up with the award winners over the last few years to see how they've been doing and how this process has helped them. I also would like to echo Halima's comment on the importance of connecting to see what, how this work here in the CTCN may be connected with the gender work that's happening in the broader UNFCCC, but also would like to add, also even other processes out there like the Gender and Energy Compact, Just Transition gender work in various fora, just to name a couple, to see if either CTCN is learning from what others are doing, or maybe actually I think the CTCN would have something to offer to those other initiatives to leverage the work of each other. And I know the CTCN Secretariat capacity is limited, so these are just sort of some thoughts about creating connections and increasing linkages out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ollie. And now hand over to Pedro from the Dominican Republic.
Thank you very much, Chair, Vice Chair. Just wanted to echo the messages presented by my colleague Halima. From the gender room. Is really refreshing and enlightening to see in other tracks and other bodies of the convention and the Paris Agreement that what we're doing there is also translating to these other efforts. Just to also touch on what our colleagues from the Gender and Women Constituency mentioned, will be useful to highlight that in priority area, the gender responsive implementation and means of implementation, we have an activity outlaid for next year in 2027. It is a dialogue on scaling and promoting gender responsive technological solutions, which will be useful, I've considered, to give you these highlights now, so you can for sure continue conversations with the Secretariat to be the more integrated as possible. We know this effort takes a lot of time, and knowing that the program ends in 2027, you might be really into the revision process of it, so you can be more efficient in handling how to tackle that action. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. And we have a hand up online from Yango. Please go ahead, Asia.
I actually lowered my hand because my comment was mainly resolved, but maybe just coming back to the LEM Gender Action Plan, I was also wondering, obviously D22 is something that's been mandated to the CTCN, but I was also wondering if we're going to keep an eye on D3 and D4, which is not mandated to us, but it might make sense to keep an eye on it because it does affect our work through the financing.
Thank you, Asia. Next, we have Egypt. Please, Lydia.
Thank you.
and I'm supporting the colleagues' great opinions. And I have discovered on the CTCN website that there are, by category of gender, there's 83 network member, and this I find this a good opportunity to encourage them to be involved with our work regarding gender. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. There's a flag up from the WGC. Is that? I'll give you the floor back. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted, but I want Molly's opinion on that. If I can answer Oli's question about the award and how we are following up with the award, is just if I can answer, or if Molly wants to answer that.
Molly, we have Clara from the WC in the room who has a response on the Gender Just Awards. And do you mind if she answers Canada directly, or do you want to step in? If you could let us know, Molly.
I do not mind.
Please go ahead, Clara.
I don't mind. This is.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so what we are doing with the award is, once they win the awards, is that they are getting part of a network, and then we are doing a mentoring program with them, so like with capacity building and also fundraising, like we help them with fundraising opportunities, and we are doing a follow-up every month. We are getting in touch with them in calls to also get news and ask if they need support. And I wanted to add something, but I forgot. Yeah, and also, if you want more information on the impact that the award has had in the last 10 years, you can have a look at the publication from last year, and you have 2 pages on the impact with like numbers and indicators, where you can see for each project what has been achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara, for assisting with that response. Don't see any flags up. I think, Victor, your mic is on. Is that...
This is the magical mic that just keeps turning itself on.
Okay. So we don't seem to have any more flags up, but we've had a lot of interest in this agenda item. So, Molly, I'll hand back to you if you have some responses to some of these interventions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I will begin with Halima's questions, specifically on collaboration with tech, as well as with UNEP. So we do collaborate, obviously, very closely with tech, particularly on the global roster, the Global Gender and Climate Technology Expert roster. We collaborate quite closely on that specific one. We also collaborate with UNEP. We are not doing this just in a silo, just CTCN, but we are part of a big gender focal points team within UNEP, where we have quarterly meetings. We also have reporting. We also have various trainings that we do together with other members from different units within UNEP. On the alignment with BELEMTIP, this is indeed, we've taken note of this, and we are in all the work that we are currently doing at the CTCN, this is an important aspect, particularly on anchoring our efforts to NSI. This has been very, very clearly echoed even by our director. So this is something that we are working on. Thank you, Halima, for highlighting that. On the question, I think we already answered on the question for Canada. Thank you very much, Clara. I think one more question that my colleague Anna would Anna, you were to step in for one of the questions. Do you want to please go ahead?
Thank you, Molly. Maybe just for the future perspective, then the question was what we will be doing. In September, we will plan to present the lessons learned of the first gender policy and action plan, and we will initiate the work on the next one. So this will be more presented in depth in September, and then maybe we will also define, like how BTIP will be integrated, and then how the next POW will be basically working hand in hand with the gender policy. Yeah, this is only this to add. Thank you, Molly.
Thank you very much. And back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Molly, for your presentation and for those responses to the great deal of interest we've had in the room. So with that, I believe we have taken note of this item, and I'm being told by our guidance in the Secretariat that we Sorry, I misspoke earlier. I said that was our final agenda item, and actually we do have one more, so I apologise for that. But it is an important one. We have an update from the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. So before we close today, we'll just take this one additional presentation, as we do have the speaker online. It's from tomorrow morning's agenda, but I think we can get through it today. It'll be to our ultimate benefit. We've been making a lot of accommodations to try and help colleagues join us virtually, and this afternoon we'll hear the first of several presentations from UNFCCC bodies, and we will continue with these presentations tomorrow morning. But now I'm pleased to invite Michael Ochieng Okumu from the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, who is joining us virtually to provide an update on their activities since the last advisory board meeting, as well as ongoing collaboration with the CTCN and potential areas of future engagement. Michael, if you are there, can you please tap in? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, dear Chair and Vice Chair, for the invitation to speak today. My name is Michael Ochieng Okumu, and I have the honor of serving as a member of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, or more commonly known as the PCCB. As a reminder, the PCCB was established at COP21 and works to address the current and emerging capacity gaps in developing countries and to strengthen coherence and coordination of capacity building efforts under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. At COP29, parties extended our mandate for a further 5 years, and the work plan agreed at COP30 sets out 3 priority areas for 2025 to 2029. That is, enhancing coherence and coordination of capacity building, identifying gaps, capacity gaps and needs, and recommending ways to address them, and promoting awareness raising, knowledge sharing, and stakeholder engagement. These priorities do not sit in isolation. The most recent NDC synthesis report makes clear that developing countries frequently identify capacity needs around technology, particularly the adoption of low carbon technologies and tools for sustainable resource management. It is precisely here that our work and yours converges, and why we recognize the CTCN as such a key actor in delivering the targeted technical capacity building that developing countries need. The collaboration between PCCB and CTCN is not new. We have a well-established tradition of collaboration, most recently at the Capacity Building Hub at COP30, where the PCCB, CTCN, and TEC partnered with the Korea International Cooperation Agency to deliver a masterclass on AI and energy systems, raising awareness of the opportunities risks and challenges of using AI for low-emission, climate-resilient energy systems, grounded in concrete case studies for an enhanced capacity building hub at COP31. The aim is to work more closely with the UNFCCC constituted bodies and work streams to deliver a program that is more targeted, more policy relevant, and more directly responsive to the needs of developing countries. We hope to deepen our collaboration with CTCN through the process, particularly through the informal coordination group for capacity ICG, that is the informal meetings of the constituted bodies and work streams to coordinate climate change related capacity building plans and activities and allow for better sharing of information, coherence, and identification of opportunities. We will give further details in our next ICG meeting in June. Turning to the near term, I would like to highlight several concrete opportunities to engage with our work at SP64. The first is the 15th Durban Forum on Capacity Building. As we approach the close of our 2025-2026 focal area that focused on capacity building for holistic investment strategies, bankable projects, and stakeholder engagement in support of NDC and NAP implementation, the Durban platform will bring together key organizations. Further details will be available once the SP session schedule is finalized. Second is the 10th PCCB meeting, also taking place during the SP session. We will warmly welcome CTCN perspectives. At this meeting, we will be developing key deliverables, including the current landscape of capacity building and offer recommendations for future efforts, as well as deciding on focus area topic for 2026-2027. Looking slightly ahead, we also plan to host the first capacity building dialogues under the Baku Climate Week. These are designed to enhance the effectiveness of capacity building at both the international and national levels, and we see them as an important new forum for exchange. Finally, I would draw your attention to the UNFCCC Capacity Building Portal, a growing resource offering courses, publications, and toolkits from a range of data dissemination, a practical way to ensure that the citizens work reach laterally and through the ICG in the weeks ahead. Area support team will follow up shortly with further details. Thank you for the opportunity to present our work. Please do not hesitate to reach out with any questions.
Thank you, Michael, for your comments. We did have some audio issues there, but I think we got the majority of what you were saying, and it was a valuable and insightful update from the work of the PCCB. I'm now going to open the floor for any interventions, observations, questions or comments from advisory board members or observers. Please, if you have anything, put your flag up. And I believe we have someone online from Youngo. Please go ahead, Azia.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's just a question of understanding because you were cut off. I understood that at the SP64, you have the 10th meeting of the PCCB, which welcomes CTCN perspectives. What is the other event you were talking about, and were you just pointing to it, or is there CTCN engagement that's going to be involved or is wished?
Michael, if you're there, then yeah, please, if you have a response.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you now. There's a little bit of a problem with the audio. It tends to drop in and out. But if you can speak now and maybe respond if you could hear that.
Yeah, there are two. We have the Durban platform, and also we have the 10th meeting of the PCCB. And the other thing is that I welcomed the CTCN to make use.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we are having connection problems here, Michael. So your comments have been cut off, but maybe if we could take this up with writing, and maybe Youngo and the PCCB can connect directly online. But thank you for your presentation. We appreciate you making the effort to connect with us here today. And with that, I believe that is the actual final agenda item for today, or in fact, it was the first agenda item for tomorrow. So we're well ahead. Colleagues, thank you for an insightful and productive day. We have finished 28 minutes early, if I'm not wrong. So I commend you all on your engagement and your active hard work and commitment to getting through the agenda so thoroughly and so diligently, and I wish you all a pleasant evening and afternoon, and hopefully to see some of you for dinner tonight at the Aura Pizza Restaurant just across the road from the Holiday Inn. And if you have any troubles finding that, then please text the chair.